Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here on Master League 1 on Onward VRML. I am joined by my co-caster for today. You see his gorgeous ginger face on the right-hand side of your screen. Mr. Sleepy, how you doing, Sleepy?
Hey, I'm doing well, and yeah, I'm the Ginger Ninja, as some like to call me. But yeah, I'm excited. Yesterday I was on the field. Today I'm in the booth, and I'm excited to cast this large group of Challenger Cup competitors. We have, what is it, 22 teams today, Noman, if I'm remembering correctly?
Yeah, it was 23. I think there was one that couldn't make it, but yes, it is a big group stage today, and we have got the first matchup for the day. Let the folks know who that is.
Yeah, absolutely. So for today on this first round, we're going to have Animal House versus West Coast Riders. I think that's going to be a pretty good matchup considering the field is usually split high-low between higher seed and lower seed in the rankings of the bracket. Initially, as we go throughout the end of the day, we'll start getting matchups which are closer and closer in competitive level, but that's not to say these teams cannot match up with each other right out of the gate. This group, I gotta say, looks really tough. There are a lot of good competitors in it. You've got groups like Dark Matter, you've got Rome, you've got Ember, you've got Pandemonium. There are a lot of teams, as well as some newer teams like Raptors, who have been doing really well in this last season. So a lot of things to be on the lookout for today, but I'm really excited to get into this matchup. Because, of course, Animal House being a veteran team in the league for a long time now, they're experienced in this stage. They've been around this stage for a long time. They know what to expect out of today. West Coast Riders, however, they are less experienced in this type of event, so they are going to be the, kind of to watch, because unlike a normal seasonal match, you only get the one map, as you guys talked about in the pre-show. There is no, oh, we'll come back on them the next map. No, you got to win this one and the next one and the next one and the next one and the next one. There's no exceptions.
You absolutely do. There is no do-overs. There's no mulligans. There's no safety nets for this one. You have got to be on point every single time. Now, let's get into our pick here. So Animal House is home, as they are highest on the worldwide standings, which is how home is decided for all of the matchups for today. And Animal House has opted to pick Cargo as their map. So that is the first map and the only map that these two teams are going to battle it out on right now. Sleepy, what are your thoughts on this? I mean, between these two teams, who do you think has the edge on Cargo?
I would probably say Animal House, and I'm honestly going from a gut reaction of experience over anything else. I don't know if Animal House is warmed up. I don't know if West Coast Riders has. Maybe West Coast Riders has gotten up early this morning to get on and do some playing to get ready for today, and Animal House hasn't. So maybe that'll become a factor. But calling it from a gut reaction, I'll go for Animal House.
Interesting choice, but perfect timing, because right now the match is about to start. Let's get ourselves into gameplay. Let's make sure everything is working here. Yeah, there it is. Well, you can hear the excitement from Animal House's spawn. They are ready to go, energetic as ever. And let's pop into the West Coast Riders side here as they start on defense in the first round of Group B. Here we go. Pre-fire underway already from the Animal House side. F. Lipinski keeping that east side pin down.
Yeah, some early aggression out with the pre-fire, but not a lot of aggression as far as movement. They've made their way up to about center map, about 40-yard line, really, if you were to call it in terms of football fields. Wicked Hex now going to push his way up into the middle buildings. Now, no, he's going to go ahead and push through. He's not going to get caught up in that box. A lot of folks die in those doorways as they come out, especially from that westernmost one. He's checking green barrels now as Stoney throws a grenade. He picks up a nice headshot there for Animal House.
A nice little trade of grenades. Not going to find anything. Green Theft does make it on the inside. One shot kills going down. A fantastic nade there from Nolamite will find it down. Meanwhile, Steven trading out with Ninja Monkey there. Res coming out onto Nolamite, who's down in the middle. And now we're in a 4v2.5. There is a res available, but not likely to happen based on the positioning of that defender right now.
Yeah, now Green Theft could really use Steven or Nolamite to rotate around here to help him out with one shot. Well, as I say that, he moves back and kind of negates everything else was about to say, but one shot starts taking some shots out, or maybe that's Green Theft looking to confirm. Nolomite might get the butt end of some bullets here as here comes Green Theft. Nolomite, which one's it gonna be? One shot grabs Nolomite, grabs Green Theft's attention. Will he get the pick? Ooh, one shot backs himself into a corner and pops out to grab Green Theft as well. A nice pickup for him, and he evens the odds out for West Coast Riders.
Yeah, it's a 2v2 now. I mean, now they have evened things up quite a bit.
Yeah, Animal House, they even have a mobile radio station.
I mean, Animal House had a fantastic lead there, but that quick pickup by One Shot Kills. Let's take a quick look at it while we wait for the offense to finish making their move. Nice little double for him. Shots ringing out from Lipinski do land, but not enough to kill, and the res will come out, and an unfortunate team kill will put Animal House on the back foot. Now West Coast Riders up 3-1.
Yep, and there it is. One shot kills, grabs Steven as he runs into the barrels room. And that'll be a West Coast Riders grab map, or round 1 here on the first map. And Animal House in the deficit. I mean, what do you think, Noman? What did Animal House do right or wrong? I mean, obviously that team kill was a very obvious negative for them, but what did you see that they were doing right? I mean, they started out pretty strong.
Yeah, I think it was the issue that the west and east side pushes were desynced, right? Lipinski and Steven were still hanging out on that eastern side of the map when Green Theft and Nolo made their push. So One Shot Kills basically just had that nice little 2-piece pickup. He had the opportunity then to rotate. Had Lipinski and Steven pushed up on that eastern side, started pushing the barrels, started making that cross in towards the objective, they would have created a little bit more confusion, especially for One Shot's rotation. They could have caught him getting that res, even things out yet again, or actually put it more in their favor. It would have been a 2v1 at that stage. And then, of course, that unfortunate team kill sort of sealed the deal for them. But as we all know, with a team like Animal House, you can't count them out. They can stumble, but they don't normally fall quickly. I have a feeling they're going to come back pretty hard on this defensive round and do some damage.
Yeah, agreed. Animal House is well versed on this map, so they've always had a pretty strong, if not overly aggressive defense sometimes, and it's worked out well for them in the past. Will it work against West Coast Riders? We'll have to see. West Coast definitely seems on the ball. They're definitely awake this morning. They've had their coffee.
I'm with you.
See how their offense looks as compared to Animal House's. We saw that early aggression, we saw the nade checks, and then they kind of slowed it down a little bit. Not something I'm used to seeing from a generally speaking relatively aggressive team like Animal House, but see if West Coast Riders
relatively aggressive. Ninja Monkey is relatively aggressive up the center. He hears the flash come out. He and Nolomite are going to trade out full, and it's a 4v4.
That is not enough intel for both teams, but if you're a seasoned player, you tend to start to realize that when both guns stop firing at around the same time, most likely it is a trade. So both teams should be operating under the assumption that they've both lost one, but we'll find out.
If they check their tablets, they'd be able to find that out 100% because they'd only have 4 dots or 3.
Well, they won't know that the other team lost one as well.
Oh, well, that is a good point. Correct.
Yeah. No man
Body confirmation, folks. Stoney grabbing one as he pops out of the east side tunnel, short tunnel, I should say. And One Shot looking to pick up someone on the long look down the east, hoping maybe Steven will peek his head out of that doorway. But Lipinski gonna grab the revive onto Green Theft as Nomad grabs Wicked Hex out of the short cargo container on the west side. West Coast Riders are just slowly picking this Animal House defense apart, Noman.
Yeah, they are indeed. A nice little swing by Nomad there to come out of the tunnel and clear Wicked Hex's location. Definitely a relatively common spot, but a difficult one to clear if you're not prepared for it. And it looks like West Coast Riders definitely was prepared. More grenades coming out. Nomad catching Steven as he tosses that nade out towards the offense. Lipinski now starting to even the odds a little bit. It's a 2v3.
I got one on the east side.
West Coast Riders up a man here. Now Lipinski's going to try to put a little bit more pressure onto that eastern side, keep the offense from pushing up, but they've got to deal with Nomad and Bracer on the west. There's the trade out completely. Man going down, and Green Theft on a nice pickup there. making it a 1v1. Now it's just one-shot kills in Green Theft with a res available for West Coast Riders, but a not very likely one to happen.
Ooh, Green Theft's going to grab Nomad and go ahead and confirm that one. It's now officially a 1v1. No chance of getting that one back up. He's going to rotate over back east. He's doing the one-man dance. He's got 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and on a map like Cargo, there's a lot of time that one-shot kills can use to shoot, reposition if he misses, you know, use flashbangs, use pickups from his teammates. It's got a lot of utility laying around in the route to the objective between you know, his friendlies and then the enemy bodies going around. So he's not short on equipment. Green Theft's going to take a peek, and there he's going to find one shot.
The timing on that peek, he was in the right position. He had the line of sight onto Green Theft, and that is classic video game timing, right? You're watching an angle, and then you go to check something, or you look away for 2 seconds, and the person you were expecting comes flying around that corner. A nice pickup by Green to even the score out there for Animal House. Now we are into a 1-1 situation. That was that was kind of what I expected from West Coast Riders. Again, I'm expecting Animal House to get a little aggressive, to put a little pressure onto this relatively new team. I mean, one of the things that tends to work out well against you know, teams that are fresh to the league is aggression, is that early pressure, because not a lot of teams can adjust quickly and on the fly without a lot of experience. So it's interesting to see them taking it a little bit slower and not applying that pressure on the defense. But we are still early into the round. Maybe they're feeling the other team out, and we've got, you know, at least 3 more rounds here to go before something's decided.
Yeah, a lot more gameplay left to be seen, but so far predictions are true. Tough matchup straight out of the gate. Animal House not getting an easy walk in the park here for the first round in Challenger Cup Group B, and I'm excited to see that, because I'm really anxious then to see what the other channels and the other games here in this first round will have for us, since it's similar matchups, you know, as we said, you know, top ranking and seed versus the lower ranking equivalent in that seed. So it'll be very exciting to see what goes on there, and Animal House is got to do something. They got to wake up. They got to get their coffee. They got to stop underestimating West Coast Riders. Whatever it is that they're doing, that's allowing this to be such a close game. They got to keep it up. West Coast Riders, however, they need to just keep up whatever they're doing, because they're doing a great job in handling this Animal House team.
Now we have got the defense on the southern objective. This one is very capable. I'm interested to see how both of these teams approach. This is one of my favorite objectives on this map, just because of the level of danger when it comes to capability. Green Theft finding one on the inside of the tunnel there. Lipinski finding one on the inside of objective, and now West Coast Riders down to just 3. Nomad giving things up a little bit, finding Dolomite from the center of that objective, and the grenades start raining in. Lipinski finds another. The pressure coming in. Wicked Hex coming.
Hex is through. Nomad's going to grab it. Lipinski going to get the refrag on Nomad, and then Lipinski and Stoney will trade out for the final kill for a quick finish. Flash in the pan, if you will, of rounds compared to the last.
Yeah, that is why that objective is so interesting, right? Because it's quick, it's fast-paced. You have to apply the pressure quickly and evenly, most importantly, because if you don't apply it on all sides, you can just get, you know, flanked or swung around on, and a lot of dangerous things can happen there. But the defense on that objective is almost always worried about protecting the cap, right? So they have to be up on the objective. They have to be close enough to the center of the map to where the offense can really utilize, you know, the quick approach, the fast approach to the middle, the confusion of grenades, and then there's no time to check your tablet on that objective, right? You've just got to be adjusting based off of the audio cues that you're hearing, and it's a very challenging objective to work with. So Animal House, they're showing what a seasoned team looks like when attacking, and now we're going to see the West Coast Riders approach here as they get onto the offense.
Yeah, and both teams performing fairly well, honestly, as far as the kill ratio goes. Lipinski leading the Animal House side with 5. Green Theft Auto not far behind with 4 himself, and then the others spread pretty evenly between. And then the same is pretty much the story over on the West Coast Rider side. You've got Nomad with 5, and then the others with a similar kill spread. Only one a little bit under pressure is Bracer right now. He's still got that team still hanging over that head, over his head. Hopefully it's not literally hanging over his head, but early we got shots out and early kills from both sides. Wicked Hex, Bracer, and Green Death's going to grab a kill. One shot also going to pick up a refrag on the Wicked Hex. Now Stony and Nolamite going to trade out as well, and West Coast Riders in a 2v3 situation just like that.
Not over yet. You can do a lot of damage with just 2 players on this objective. Again, because you have to constantly be rotating, you have to be constantly checking to see if somebody's camping. The defense is generally not very locked in.
Bracer putting in some shots through the center cargo containers. He pushes onto the objective. Green Step just around the corner. Just checking it. One shot kills. Now gonna get fragged from the teammate. Bracer gonna go for the kill, but F. Lipinski gonna come around the corner and stop the cap. One shot kills. Now looking for the refrag again. Flash comes out. And F. Lipinski rotates from the other side of the crate and saves the objective once again, putting Animal House up 3-1.
There it is. That is where that experience comes in. That is where the knowledge of that objective really becomes clear, right? This is exactly what I was talking about. Once you start applying the pressure, even on defense, when you start doing these really hefty pushes, being where the offense does not expect, it is how you throw off newer teams. I mean, gotta give it to West Coast Riders. They are doing far better on this objective than even I likely would have given them credit for. But still, you know, all it takes is one guy to pick up 2 people twice, right? And almost your entire team is gone. So really well done by West Coast Riders, but Animal House just doing the work. You know, Lipinski picking up a good batch of kills there. Green Theft, like you said earlier, with 5 as well. I mean, they are just on point right now. It looks like they did have a drop, but we did have somebody. Steven is back now into the match, so we should be seeing the next round kick off here in just a few moments.
Next round / final round? Question mark?
It's possible. Animal House has got to be thinking it, right? Whether it's a cap or just on kills. They want to end this early. And, you know, you think about it, the faster you end these rounds, the faster that you get yourself into the next round, the less fatigue you're going to be feeling in these later rounds, right? So you want these matches to go quickly.
Yeah. Yesterday, speaking from the player standpoint, you know, Questicles, we were finishing up the earlier rounds much quicker, and you know, maybe that's because of the disparage between, you know, the team rankings on the first few rounds in order to get the shakeouts out of the way. But yeah, we were getting things done earlier, and I felt like at the end of the day I wasn't quite as tired as I had been in previous seasons past when I played for, say, Danglers or for other teams, when we'd have to slog it out for 7 rounds every map. F. Lipinski is going to be the first to grab another kill for his team. That's 8 for him now on the map as they go for their kill round here on the first map. Nolamite pushing his way up the center. He's not scared of no ghost.
Oh, he is in here. He wants a piece of this defense right now.
He wants a piece of that objective is what it looks like.
Yeah, grenades coming already. Wicked Hex coming in to support a little bit. Now we're going to see the answer back. Grenades coming in. It's a nice toss. Does catch the back of Green Theft. A nice little...
One almost catches the back of Nolamite as it rolls over the top of the container. Nolamite grabbing the revive on the Green Theft. Steven and that Lipinski both going to grab a pick, and Wicked Hex now going to grab one. There's only one left. Wicked could go for the cap here, but Nomad has got the cross angle. Look, the grenade rolls around, the flashes out, and Wicked could get the cap. He gets the cap, and it's a 5-1 victory for map 1 for Animal House, and what an impressive showing after what was arguably a slow start to them in this first map.
Yeah, really nice. I mean, that was kind of like a steamroller, right? Once they got going, they really got going. We'll take a look at this nice little play here from one-shot kills. I mean, this was where West Coast Riders still had a piece of the board. I mean, they still had some hope of trying to come back against it, but at the end of the day, Animal House punching in that code in that final round. I mean, that pressure was 20-30 seconds. They still had to get reses, and they were able to keep applying the pressure, keep finding those picks, and get their players into the range of the objective and get that code in. So that seals the deal for map 1, round 1 for this Animal House matchup. We've got plenty of action to go. We have got a ton of matchups. We've got 4 more rounds of this to go throughout the day. What we're going to do now is take a short break. You can see there at the bottom of your screen the standings for all of the matches that are going on right now across the other 2 channels, Onward _ VRML 2 and 3. So if you're interested in checking in on those games and whether or not they're going, please take a look there. These brackets will update live, so you should see scores come in as we come in and out of the scoreboard. And as you can see there are still a lot of games in progress. This one was quick, and one that we expected to be quick. So what we're going to do is we're going to go shop around a little bit and see if there's any other matchups that we can bring up on the channel. But otherwise, we're going to check in with you when round 2 gets settled, and we'll bring you that matchup at the latest. So we're going to take a brief intermission, and we'll be back in just a little bit with match number 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Let's update the score to reflect what we're seeing right now. We did manage to jump into a match still underway. Delta Squad and Dark Matter are going at it right now. You see those standings updating at the bottom of your screen. So a couple of teams have checked in, but a few are still playing, and so we have jumped into this. It looks like Dark Matter just scooped up their 2nd point, and the map they are on is Subway. We're dealing with the sub-basement objective here. I'm going to bring us directly into gameplay so we can show you where we're at. So this is the objective these teams are dealing with. And so this matchup is, again, this is probably one of the closer ones for the first round, right? These are teams not too far apart in standings at all. And I think this is going to be a pretty good one to watch while we wait for round 1 to sort of wrap up.
Yeah, I think this is another one where if you looked at it, you could have seen that this one could go the distance, right? It could go all 7 rounds. And of course, many of these rounds will depend on what map they end up deciding on, right? We ban basically all the way until a map is decided in this stage of the tournament. So you really only get one option by the end of it, and a lot of times it's not an option you'll prefer depending on which side of the ban process you are on. But anyways, we're into the round now, and Dark Matter has made their way downstairs. They've got a 3-2 split with Matt Outdoors, Zucchini, and Will pushing their way through the basement area. Matt Outdoors going to quickly push up that central stairs.
Death Legion finds one on the upstairs catwalk. Neo going down, but now the pressure coming in from Dr. Aquafighter. She's looking for this refrank. Death Legion's got to be hearing these footsteps. I think he's expecting somebody to pop down these stairs. Dr. Aquafighter has backed off, though. She senses the trap.
Her aqua senses were tingling. Her doctor senses were tingling. She diagnosed that there was a trap around the corner.
Interesting. She just calls out that she's going to rotate, quieted down, and now wants to play the mind games against Death Legion here. So hoping that he thinks that she has opted to go down the tunnel. Now we'll see if Death Legion will fall for this trap. What she wants is for him to peek this long hallway and try to catch the back of her, and that is kind of what he's trying to do here.
Yeah.
Oh, but she gives up on the angle a little too early, and now she actually is rotating. That play, you know, that's what's funny about it, is you just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, how can how long do you wait? Do you wait 30 seconds? Do you wait a minute? I mean, you're burning precious clock that you need to be able to get where you need to go to support your team. And meanwhile, the team in the basement is making progress, but they're still not into the subway entrance. Matt is still sitting just inside this middle subway, but he's going to be able to pick up Death Legion, who comes looking down the other side of the catwalk exit.
It's a long peek, and with a map as dark as Subway right now, it is not an easy shot to make, especially with a Volk uniform in the mix. So not an
Matt's
easy...
not even wearing night vision.
Yeah, not an easy kill to make, especially without night vision. Let's check in here with Wilson.
He also just drew on Aquafighter really fast, so hopefully he is able to PID his targets before he makes any more shots, because it'd be tragic to see a team kill come out here after that rebalance on the field.
Ooh, the pressure coming from Wilcell down here. Now the frags coming out. Flashes and frags raining down.
Ooh,
it's
double.
A double flash. Oh, but the pressure... Not enough as Zucchini there, ready for that retreat by the defender, and now it's a 4v3 with Dark Matter having the upper hand right now. That's the problem with these tunnels, right? There's just too many to cover by yourself.
Well, it's a good thing, because Dark Matter has now effectively done what I was kind of worried about, which is thinned out the defense enough to where there's a manageable number in the basement, because they had 4 of the defenders from the Delta Squad team down in that basement ready to defend the objective here. And Dark Matter's done a great job at kind of either pulling them out from their initial positions, as we saw from the catwalk position of Death Legion, and then that recent kill onto Wilson. They were able to kind of draw them out a bit, catch them slipping, and take them down. Now Mad Outdoors and Aquafighter are set up on the subway stairs, just on the north side, or the east side. This map isn't oriented with the compass, and they're ready to strike. But the team here in the subway just needs to catch up a little bit more, and they can come in full 4 strong on this push. In a minute left, they're going to have to do something soon.
And I like this synchronized push here coming out as Wilcell swings around, grabs random things, but he does manage to knock Aquafighter off of those stairs. Now Scratch pushing out, trying to pressure Mad Outdoors on this corner. The shots come out, but Mad Outdoors wins the trade there. The PKM not working out.
The patience there. Oh, Matt goes for the cap without checking the corner there. Deadly Z Driver grabs 1, then 2 as he picks up Zucchini Zhang as well. Now it's up to Wilcell. Will she go for the res? Yes, she will. Zucchini is back up.
There's only 20 seconds left, Sleepy. There's only 20 seconds. They've got to apply the pressure. If Deadly Driver just tucks in here, there's a good chance he's just going to win on time.
Yeah, but they are moving. Zucchini seems to be aware of the time. He's pushed out. He's got the flash going. And there's the peek from Deadly. They'll get the trade, and Dark Matter will secure their 3rd point here on the map and extend the lead to 2, as Wilson exclaims about being flashed by her teammate there.
Yeah, that was, I don't know. Oh, okay, my replays are obviously not doing what they need to be doing. Apologies for that Animal House replay during the Dark Matter match. I'll see what that's all about. But yes, that final play there, I don't know. I think if he'd have just stayed tucked in, if he'd have just played the corner and forced the offense to try to come around, yes, they knew where he was, most likely. Yes, it would have probably come down to a trade anyway, but potentially a bigger chance of winning that round if you just, forced them to apply the pressure rather than peeking that corner. But a well-played round there by Dark Matter, and they're looking to take this 4-1 here if they can hold this defensive round.
Yeah, and that will be the question. However, the next objective is a bit of a tricky duck to defend. A bit easier nowadays at the spawn for the defensive. Excuse me there, folks. Now that the spawn for the defense has been moved a bit closer to the actual uplink itself, but it's the north turnstiles. And that is a very capable objective, and I don't know about Delta Squad, but I would be going for it. I'd be trying to tie this match up as quickly as possible right now.
They got to be thinking it. They've got to be thinking it with a cap. I mean, again, we talk about this. You want to be done with these as quickly as possible, and the most efficient route to winning any of these rounds is absolutely going to be to punch that code in. But not an easy thing to do against a team like Dark Matter. All right, we've got round 5 underway. Delta Squad here got to play a rock in the shield, so we'll see how this northern approach works. It's almost required for this objective, really, to have some form of block, just because you're coming down this long tunnel, nothing really protecting you, and especially with the temporary removal of smokes, there's no obfuscation. You've got to deal with what you got, basically. And
here we go, action out front as Zucchini preps the corner. A 5-man squad from Delta is ready and waiting there. The free fire is out, and Zucchini about to expend mag shields there. Flashes out. Zucchini goes down. Matt's there, ready for the refrag. Is it a frag? It is a frag. This teach you about spacing, boys and girls.
Oh,
and that's 3 members of Delta Squad down.
The friendly grenade. The friendly grenade.
Oh,
no
wow.
way. He was priming the grenade to toss it down the stairs, and an unfortunate lesson in spacing for Delta Squad is going to bring them down to a 1v4. Wow, 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 wow. That is Scratch trying to revive the teammates, not panning out for him. Unfortunately there, and Mad Outdoors will scoop up the final pick, and Dark Matter will seal the deal. Holy cow, Sleepy. Let me see if that replay did get picked up finally. Let's find out. Yes, it did indeed. So the fantastically tossed grenade by Matt, placed in exactly the right position, will down the Marsoc player who was priming that grenade to return fire, and unfortunately not ID'd in time, will eliminate the bulk of that team. That is, you hate to see it happen. You hate to see it happen just like that, but a lesson learned.
But you love to see it happen at the same time, right? Like, it makes for great content. It makes for great gameplay.
It's a lesson learned.
A 4TK / triple kill grenade clip that often. I mean, this is what I love about the camps.
I'm gonna take one more look at it in full screen because our replay was a little. I mean, I know, but it's just so. Let this be a lesson to Delta Squad. That spacing is very, very important, especially on that objective. That tunnel is so dangerous for so many reasons. And well played by Dark Matter to identify that. That's where they got to put their grenades. They got to put them on the other side of that corner. Well, we have wrapped 2 games here on Master League 2 for you guys. We're going to go hunting for a third. I mean, we'll see if it happens.
Whoa.
Not guaranteed or anything, but we're glad we're able to pick this one up as well. So let us go back to intermission for just a few minutes. We're going to shop or do a little window shopping of the round 1 matchups that are still ongoing. But otherwise, we'll be back with a round 2 matchup if we can't find anything. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few moments. All right, ladies and germs, we are back. We are back with our round 2 set of matches. So I do have up on the screen there so everybody can take a look at our round 1 shakeouts. So as you can see there, you got your Raptors having a 4-0 win over the Hurricane. You got Ember taking 4-1 over Supernatural. Kai 4-1 over Phantom. So we're seeing a lot of these pretty disparate scores, right? We're seeing the large swaths of differences in points in this first round, which is something you expect to see because when you start Swiss style, generally it matches top versus bottom, right? And then it sort of shrinks that gap as you go through and the standings kind of normalize. So now let's scroll down towards our round 2. And there she is. So that is what we're going to be dealing with for round 2. But the matchup we have got for you on this particular channel, as you see at the top of your screen there, is Dark Matter versus Berserk. So that is a NA versus EU matchup. One of the first, I think, of the day, at least on live channels, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe there was one on one of the other channels. But this is going to be played on Quarantine. So Sleepy, I'm going to cut you in here. Yeah, I see you nodding your head there. And I agree with the nodding of your head. What are your thoughts on this matchup and, of course, this matchup on this map?
Well, you know, it's second round, so the groupings become closer, if you might say. The rankings get a little bit closer from the preceding into the decision factoring. Of course, so do the win-loss and other factors from the previous round. So matchups should be getting tighter and tighter as we go forth. And I've heard a lot of good things about Berserk throughout the season from the EU side. Dark Matter's been performing well. We just watched them perform quite well against their previous matchup, which was, sorry, looking at my screen, Delta Squad. And that went a little badly for Delta Squad there in the end. But overall, well for Dark Matter. They closed things out very nicely. So I'm expecting to see a good turnout here. Both teams' playstyles seem like they would be a fit for Quarantine, so I'm excited to see Quarantine. I didn't get to see it yesterday as a player, and that's one of my personal favorite maps, so I'll be excited to see what the teams have in store for us, but I think we will see a bit closer of a matchup than we saw from the scorelines in round 1.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case as we go through the matches, right? As we go through the day, we're going to start seeing these battles for sort of back and forth battles for the win. It's not going to be teams sweeping rounds, especially towards the top of the bracket. We're going to start seeing those close fights and those long games. I mean, that first round, we were able to cast 2 matches and still had to wait on a third to complete. So quite quickly, a lot of teams were wrapping things up, and I think we're going to see that slow down a little bit, especially because, fatigue for a player sets in. You start to play a little slower. You start to get a little tired physically. So I think we're going to see that definitely coming into play today because we are playing 1 extra round because there are more teams in Group B. So more rounds are necessary to sort of normalize the standings, get a more accurate first place winner. And that is, that's kind of the way things shake out. So right now we've got Dark Matter and Berserk starting to file into the lobby. It looks like we've got 5 players in so far, but we are still waiting on the last 5 to tune in. But Sleepy, I believe you've got a little shout out, little call out for one of our sponsors that we've got queued up.
Yeah, absolutely. We found out this morning the folks over at Rebuff Reality are hosting a bit of a promotional this weekend. They're hosting a 10% off for the next 24 to 36 hours over on their website on their VR Power products. You just use the code POWERYOURVR at checkout. You can also use !power in the chat to get the details for that as well. But you can get a discount on their little power pack that is Quest and Quest 2 from a recent statement I saw on their Twitter compatible. So extend the battery life, which is much needed in days like today when you get into those championships. If you're one of our newer players on the Quest or the Quest 2, you'll know battery life is one of those key aspects of playing in the league. So make sure that you guys go and check that out. Maybe pick one up if you have the chance, or pick one up for a loved one in your life or a friend of yours if they're a VR fanatic, and give them the gift of longer play times. So again, go over and check that out over there on their website.
Yeah, I picked that up not during the promotion, and actually just before they became one of our official sponsors and had given prizes to the league. So I paid my own money for it, and it's a fantastic product. It's sitting about 10 feet from me right here, attached to my Quest at all times, and it's just great. You get to throw it on. You know, I worry about battery life a lot less. Plus, it gives you that forward to back balance, right? So you don't have the headset sitting on the front of the face. So it's got kind of a little ballast functionality too that's really, really nice. So do go check that out. We do appreciate Rebuff Reality sponsoring us and getting that code for everybody. I'm sure people who will play today will appreciate why it may be necessary to have one of those. So thank you to those guys, and of course thank you to all the other sponsors for giving all their products. You've seen some of their ads coming up on stream, as well as their banners at the bottom. So thank you to them. They are going to be the ones handing out a good chunk of that $15,000 prize pool that these teams are fighting for today. So very exciting stuff. We are still waiting on the last couple of members of Berserk to file into the lobby. So we're going to take just a very brief intermission here while we get every team member inside of the lobby, but we will come straight back into gameplay. So don't go anywhere. Hopefully just a couple more minutes, and then we will get underway in round 2. Literally just a minute or two. So we'll be back in just a moment. right, ladies and gentlemen, the long wait is over. Looks like Berserk not able to field their 5th, so they did have to start off with just 4 because the 20-minute rule is in effect as it is in regular season. You cannot delay a game for longer than 20 minutes just to keep things flowing, but we are underway. Dark Matter starting things off here on Quarantine with that north spawn. We're getting set up here. The objective they're dealing with, of course, is that center burning right next to the cockpit of the fuselage in the dead middle of the map.
Yeah, I'm tracking the defense here off the break, and young pervert here in an interesting position I've not seen taken up very often in the second story of this engine building here in the west. It's got a good overlook to this western approach that if the offense isn't careful, he might be able to capitalize a kill or so.
Yep, that camera bind was
Oh, my apologies.
not correct there. My apologies to the stream, but yes, this is the location Sleepy mentioned. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those ambush spots, right? You don't have to make a lot of noise. Exactly. You don't have to get peeky. You could just wait until the offense goes past you and then do most of your damage as they approach the objective. We'll see if that's how Young decides to play this.
It'd be great if he had true intel, like you know, if he got a call out from a teammate that he's got 3 people going by him, because then he could just be patient enough to let all 3 get out, and he have a better chance of getting multiples rather than, say, starting with the first one that crosses his line of sight and jumping on the first available target, thereby leading to a higher chance for the refrag. Anyways, Dark Matter are on the move, but a bit methodically, a bit slowly. They definitely don't want to leave themselves exposed, but we do have Neo here who's come up through the parking garage area. He might have been spotted by Tankist laying prone towards the east, but he's in a good striking position here as soon as his team's in a supportive position. But I do think Tankist sees him, and Young Pervert finds Aquafighter across the map in the west.
Yeah, that is exactly what that position is designed to do. And with that suppressed weapon, he's definitely got a bigger advantage. Now Will, who's approaching down low, is going to have a harder time IDing where that position came from, right? When you got the suppressor on, that's the entire goal, is to make sure that you are not easily identifiable position-wise in your location. Take a look here now. Tankus does spot out Neo in that prone position Sleepy was mentioning, and that is going to be 2 out for Dark Matter here. And Berserk starting off a man down, now swinging the advantage in their favor, yeah.
Yeah. And it looks like Wilcell's actually going to divert away. Oh, nope, she's gone up the stairs. So now Berserk is actually here going to have a better advantage. And I think Young Pervert might hear this. No, he's looking down. He's not quite sure where the noise is. He's heard something in this direction. He's maneuvering, but Wilcell's still not quite sure exactly where Young is, but he's not paying attention. Wilcell's look at the corner, and she will be able to find Young Pervert. And that's 1 down for Berserk, evening things out for Dark Matter as they are, again, playing the man advantage off the gate. Shots going out towards the south rooftop, and Zucchini able to grab Partisan as well. Mad Outdoors now pushing towards the objective. He finds Crossfire from 2. Vladich will find 1. Zucchini finds the refrag onto that, and the objective is somewhat open as long as Zucchini doesn't expose himself, but he does. He gets grabbed by Tankist, and it's a 1v1. It's Wilcell versus Tankist.
Yeah, and she is a little bit desynced with the team, right? That time to clear that 5-story building, that is where that pain is coming from. And now just getting to the field of battle, not having that full set of intel as to where Tankist is. But Tankist also, you know, likely not aware that Will would be coming from this angle just yet.
Yeah, highly unlikely. I mean, I'm sure he knows someone's over there because his teammate was taken out from this from his position in the far west. But yeah, absolutely no prior no knowledge after that to suggest exactly which angle she'll approach from. And here it is, the look. Wilcell sees Tankist, and that's it. Dark Matter secure the first round. It's 1-0 here on.
Yeah, really well played there by Berserk to try to hold that objective. Again, being a man down on a map like Quarantine is so much more damaging than it is on a smaller map like Cargo or even Bazaar or Suburbia, because there's just so much real estate, and especially, you know, with the we'll call it relatively newer changes to quarantine, there's a lot more verticality. There's a lot of places for enemies to come from, and so that is,
and to hide.
Yeah, it is not a very easy position to hold. Looks like Tankist scooped up 3 kills for his team there. A great hold by him. But Dark Matter in the end coming away with that win. It does look like Berserk does have their 5th player now in the lobby, so things should even out quite a bit. And we'll see how that changes things, because again, they did a great job there, and maybe that one extra man would have been the thing they needed to win that last round.
It's very true. Yeah, I mean, Pervert took down the one to balance things out right out of the gate, right? And then they managed to scoop the second one, Tankist, onto Neo out of the parking garage. So immediately they managed to grab that advantage and use it quite well up until the end, when things start to unravel with that coordinated push onto the objective building. So some great stuff from both sides there in round 1. Dark Matter coming out with it, but it really one of those ones where it could have gone either way, you know?
Yeah, I firmly believe that, you know, had Will Cell been there from the get, the Dark Matter would have won that quickly and easily. And I think that now that Berserk has 5, we're going to start to see things even up a little bit. But we don't have to wait very long to see if that conjecture is correct, because round 2 is now getting underway. You see Berserk spawning there in the far east on the center side, so a different spawn for this objective. Meanwhile, Dark Matter here on the objective as they are defending. So the round is kicking off now. We'll see exactly what this different spawn location will opt for the Berserk offense.
Yeah, typically regarded as a difficult spawn for this objective, because it doesn't offer you that protection of having to cross, or not have to cross, I should say, those main streets north and south until you're ready to do so. Here in the east, with the exception of going through the parking tunnel in the center, there's really not much option that doesn't have a sight line on it. So you're really kind of stuck in the spawn at first, but luckily for Berserk, they were able to break out in the north quite well, actually managing to get 3 up there. And surprisingly enough, Dark Matter doesn't have anyone on that roof corner looking for the north break.
Yeah, that is such a key position to have, because it blocks off so much of the northern approach. And it's such a simple little, you know, angle to hold. You don't have to commit yourself heavily to it. You're not super exposed. It's usually just good enough for intel. But to not have anybody watching this deep north cut is dangerous. It's dangerous for Dark Matter to allow somebody in, you know, potentially all the way through to the west side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not against, you know, against the grain meta, if you will, or an anti-meta in regards to defensive positioning. And you can see Matt Outdoors is in an interesting position himself there. But yeah, I'm just a little concerned of the opportunity given to the offense here to just take territory away here on the map, and such critical territory for being able to attack and just gain intel on this objective. I mean, the north rooftop is essentially open, with a small exception of a window that Matt Outdoors has. You can see his laser painting that area now. But yeah, I mean, it's just weird to see Dark Matter leaving that door open for them.
There's going to be action here as Vladich and Young both pushing Matt Outdoors' position as he does tuck in. The timing there.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I mean, the timing there could not have been any more perfect for the offense. However, you know, this is now when the defense can get up behind you when you don't expect it.
Yep. Ooh, interesting. Not committing himself inside, because that's, of course, a lot of exposure going through that gated doorway there. That choke point sitting in that corner is quite different. Now Young going to be taking some suppressive shots off the scaffolding towards the objective building. It's going to cause Dark Matter to pull back a little bit, be a little bit more defensive there inside.
Yeah, all of Berserk here stacked up on this eastern side. They've still got to deal with Matt, who could swing around wide into the north and come around the back and really do some damage to this offensive push. But they're gonna try to get into Will Cell's building and see if they can potentially unseat that position. I mean, that would be a huge push for them. They really start to open up the western approach by doing that. Will now dropping down to the bottom floor. Starting to hear some of these things coming out. Flash in. Not going to work for them. There's Matt finding Young as he started to sweep around to the west. Now we'll see if Vlanich will be prepared for this, because Matt is going to be watching this angle, and there it is. Matt not prepared as Vlad finds one, but Will evens things out by nabbing Tankus right underneath the nose of the teammate.
Meanwhile, over in the east, Senior Sanchez and Partisan now playing their way up. Partisan definitely going to be able to have heard the comms from Zucchini and Aqua. Aqua now calling out she believes she hears footsteps near her location, so that's going to be intel. She'll probably get some backup watch there from her fellow teammates. Partisan obviously knowing she's there as well. Interesting, I think he's going to be going for a grenade, possibly?
Ooh,
yeah, grenade goes up, but it doesn't go over. Flash over.
I like this little angle. Wilsell checking the tablet at the wrong time. Vlad finding that pick. Dr. Aquafighter, meanwhile, does nab Partisan as he sweeps into the hospital. And now there's just 30 seconds left in this 3v2.
Yeah, and the two are far apart, and I'm pretty sure unable to communicate. I'm pretty sure I want to say Senior Sanchez is a reservist in this case here. I could be wrong, so, forgive me if I am. I'm not sure the communication is there. Senior Sanchez makes the break. He gets the trade on the objective, but it's not going to be enough. It will be the last member. Zucchini still standing. Dark Matter secure their second round point and take a 2-0 lead on Quarantine.
Yeah, really nice push there. The problem is, again, that it's that 5-story building is taking the teams a long time to clear, and so that push from the west, they made it over there, and they were taking their time to try to clear, but by the time they're done, most of the east had already fallen apart. And so they're not quite in sync with each other. Oh, my apologies. I don't know what is going on with my replays today. Taking a look at an old replay from round 1 there, instead of the one on Quarantine I wanted to show. But they're taking a long time to clear this 5-story building, and it's really slowing up these teams. And they need to find a better way to either just avoid it outright or to, find a better approach. Find a way to clear that building quickly, either by committing more people to it, or just by moving, relatively quickly. Although there's a lot of angles inside of that building. It is not an easy one to clear by any means.
There's a lot of angles on this map, period.
Yeah,
no,
very
especially
true.
after the recent updates. All these buildings adding new obtainable floors and windows and sight lines that were previously locked or not even existent in some cases. The south rooftop evening out the deficit in the north that we had previously, which gave the north a heavy advantage in approach and attack defense. A lot of stuff changing on this map, which really just changes the game on it, and a lot of teams have been able to adapt. Of course, there's going to be a lot of adaptation still left to go, especially once we see smokes reintroduced and corrected and in use again, because those are key to a lot of teams' attack, and they're still adjusting to that, that suspension of their use in league play. So anyways, we're into the third round now. Dark Matter again on offense. They actually get the coveted quick spawn for the ambulance objective, which is where we are now, and it looks like they're ready to get going out of the gate. Mad Outdoors and Aquafighter will be the tip of the spear as they hold the front part of this push, and we push into round 3.
Young sweeping across the street there, does catch a bullet for his trouble, but now he's in a better position to try to put a little bit more pressure on this offensive push. If he can get into a nice angle, he could maybe pick up Dr. Aquafighter here on the side or Mad Outdoors, but they're both keeping an eye out for him, looking for an angle. Young looking for a way to try to see if he just looks on this other side of this pillar, he could find a little slice of an angle that he might be able to get a pick for. And this has slowed up the offense quite a bit, right? This is now a big problem for them.
Yeah, I'm interested to see now what's going to happen here with Wilsell. She's been able to get herself to an interesting angle that the defense isn't quite ready for. She could grab a couple of picks here if she finds a good position, which is protected from some return fire. She could maneuver herself in and grab a couple of picks before either getting picked up or maneuvering out again. Young still under fire. He still hit the brakes hard. They are just so unsure as to whether or not he's dead or alive. And he's just tucked in, just waiting, gaining as much intel as he can. You hear him calling out on the radio. I don't know what he's saying because Brasek is a Russian team, so their primary communicative language will be Russian. Also why I said that Senior Sanchez may have a bit of problem communicating with this team, because I do believe he is, again, a reservist and not one of their main roster members.
Shots ring out there from Young as Zucchini rotates down into the fence. A nice little re-peek by Zucchini looking to do the damage, but Young tucks in. And now Aquafighter looking for him, but not quick enough as Young finds.
And he hears Zucchini, but not fast enough. There's Zucchini to grab the refrag, and Young's days are done.
Very nice little sweep there by Zucchini to clean things up. And there's Neo. I was keeping an eye on him on the mini-map. He was swept all the way around to the east. And he's been taking, you know, he wasn't taking his time. He was moving very quickly, but he's definitely taking a good chunk of the map, giving it a wide berth. But now the defense not really prepared for him. The only one on this side is Partisan, who may be able to deal with him on this street cross if he peeks or makes noise at the right time.
He's got to slow that walk up. That walk is kind of loud. Not to say it'll get him caught, but he and Neo, Partisan and Neo, will find a trade out full with the headshot, and Senior Sanchez will grab Wilso. It's now Zucchini and Matt Outdoors to lead the charge into the objective against a 3-person defense from Brasek. Zucchini grabbing a nice headshot on the Tankus, and that'll help clear things up for Matt, who's gone prone to avoid being shot through the little viewpoint window of this wall. It's also got a very nice little angle if Vladic decides to take a quick peek around that objective wall, which it looks like Vladic. Ooh, nope. Oh, yep. He's going to take a peek. Is Matt going to see it? Oh, but Vladic sees Matt instead. Vladic grabs the pick. Now Zucchini trying to reach over the wall to get Vladic, and Vladic returns the favor, uses the hillside there to his advantage. It grabs Brasek, their first point on the map, and we are still alive here. Noman, it's not a blowout.
No, Brasek definitely getting back on the board. A nice little even kill spread for them as well, and a nice play. Let's see if that replay actually captured this time. We're trying to be as cautious as possible. Yeah, there it is. Zucchini sweeping across the street, looking for that shot over the top of the barricade, but it's not going to work out for him, as obviously the height differences on both sides pretty disparate there, giving Brasek the better opportunity. A nice attempt by Dark Matter, but just kind of, they got picked apart, right, in their different approaches. Yeah. They got a little too slow, got a little too disconnected, and Brasek definitely capitalized on some of those locations. But Zucchini did a great job. He's got 5 kills so far on the round. I mean, he has been doing good work when he gets in range. Sure. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, it seems like when the brakes were hit on Dark Matter in that round, they went into like intel gathering mode. I mean, there was a bit of fire, there was a bit of suppression coming in from Zucchini, I believe it was, there in the early round, who was doing that for. So the LMG was pumping rounds towards that area, trying to keep the defensive heads down, so if the team was moving, but the team stopped moving. They went into like intel gathering mode, into you know, is he dead, is he not? I mean, there were slight movements, there were slight changes in angling, don't get me wrong, but I feel like they failed to keep the momentum going. There's a bit to say about, you know, too much communication or too much intel being shared sometimes, especially when you're attacking, because that time is precious. And we saw, you know, when the brakes got put on, the defense was able to get settled in, get into nice defensive positioning, and they were able to, like you said, pick it apart. But anyways, these two teams are not waiting around when that timer is good to go. They are set and ready, and we are set and ready for round 4. As Dark Matter is back on the defense now, hoping to spread this lead back out again.
Now we're seeing Brasek get that across the street spawn. So this is the other quick spawn, right? You got your western quick spawn. This one affords the offense an opportunity to sort of like frontal attack the defense as they get into position, both on the east and west sides.
Yeah, I'd call this one like a quick peek spawn.
Yes.
Because it's not really quick in terms of like you can run up to it as fast and get the cap, but you can definitely get to, like you said, this position like Partisan's in and get that peek across and into a pretty valuable intel gathering position. It looks like there's already some action, or sounds like some action.
Yeah, Mad Outdoors has a player from Berserk pinned behind this platform. He's gonna need assistance from his team. It's Senior Sanchez. They're tucked in behind. Now Mad Outdoors just primed and ready to go. I mean, he has got the gun up. He has got the gun ready. He's just waiting for Sanchez to move and catch a bullet for his troubles.
Yep, just sitting there kind of cursing, being seen and pinned down already. No movement really coming from him, but Mad Outdoors is going to take a bit of a rotation. If you look far off in the distance, you'll see him rotating around over towards the underpass, where he'll now wait or continue his push up, looking for that pick. He's getting a little anxious, spreading that defense out far wide east. Brzek otherwise moving fairly well, as expected, I guess, after the first few rounds we've seen. Noman, they're pretty particular with their movements. It seems like they make a lot of communication as well, similar to Dark Matter. Really, their playstyles mirror each other a lot. However, I do see some time management issues, and maybe that's due to the more recent time changes, right? With the 5-minute round instead of the previous 6.
Zucchini there putting the pressure onto Vladic on that peak. I mean, what an angle to check for Zucchini. He's definitely got that map awareness of where these guys can be coming from. Mad Outdoors finally able to deal with Senior Sanchez on that eastern side, and Zucchini getting picked up by Parzen from the other rooftop. You know, that new rooftop is a very exciting place. A lot of people like it. It's a strong spot, but you still got to be wary of the original, the OG rooftop. Partisan there using it very effectively to deal with Zucchini's position on the objective. It's going to force Aquafighter to rotate onto the objective. You can kind of see there in the middle of your screen. Had to take Zucchini's spot after he got downed. 2 minutes left on the clock, and Mad Outdoors confirming his kill out here.
Yeah, and just as a correction, Senior Sanchez, previously thought to be a reservist. I forgot about the Challenger Cup, roster lockdown. There are no reservists allowed in this stage of the postseason, so he is a rostered member. So thank you to, who was that corrected me? Section I, in the chat for that correction on that. And yes, we are 1 minute 45 seconds here into round 4. It's a 4v4, and I'm gonna force you to listen to this other 4 sound in this sentence.
Thanks. Thank you, Sleepy. Very, very well done. Yes, Berserk with 1.5 minutes left in this round. Still got a ways to go. I mean, you've got to push onto this objective. You've got to clear at least 1 building, if not 2, to try to be really safe in terms of your approach. And they have, quickly started running out of time.
They really only need to clear Aqua at this moment. Matt is on a real far flank. He's running hard, but I don't think if Vladic were to push in here and manages to get the advantage over Dr. Aquafighter, it could be a cap opportunity because Matt's just too far out. But now that I've said that, there's been no push. Vladic is going to rotate off just in time, right into Mad Outdoors' view, but he drops into the overpass. Oh, and they trade out in the center from the garage. Berserk now on the eastern push.
Yeah, they've got to commit. 40 seconds left. There's no time like the present. Their watches are about to beep at 30 seconds. Every player's watch gives a little beep, beep, beep to let you know that you're running out of time. And there it is. You saw them all stand up and start running at the same time. That's the sound of the watch. Getting things going, and Neo tucked into a nice little sneaky position here. Is going to nab one. Young finds him. Now the pressure's on. 19 seconds left. They've got to get 2 kills in order to try to win this. There's not likely to be a cap, but now Partisan sweeping around the side. Aquafighter pops the corner, finds one. Is looking for the second one. Young. She's flash. She cannot see, but the time is running out. 1 second left. No. Dark Matter hold on just long enough. And there it is. Berserk running out of time. Exactly what they did not want to see there. Dark Matter getting at 3rd point, and now they are on match point. I mean, they've got a Marsoc round to deal with, but they could seal the deal here if Berserk can't hold on to this defensive round.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Berserk's got their work cut out for them. The next objective moves over to the west, that western gas station objective. So some would say an easy objective to defend. It has been made a bit easier. Some additional cover added there to one side, so it could help you in the early round. Might not be too great for late game if the offense is able to rotate north, but yeah, I mean, a lot of things to go into this. Brasek, though, this is do or die. Last opportunity for them to stay alive here, or else Dark Matter clenches yet another round and continue their sweep towards the possibility of taking today's Challenger Cup group.
Yeah, they've still got a good bit of work ahead of them. I mean, we got 3 more rounds of games after this one for these teams to still have to fight through, and you know, the day's really just getting started for a lot of these teams. But Dark Matter will put themselves in a good position, right? 2-0 here in round 3 is a good way to start off, but it's only going to get harder for them as the day goes on.
Yeah, just an update for folks. Looks like some of the other scores have been fixed. Or have been fixed. Jesus.
Nice.
Have been finished, have been completed. Those rounds have been completed. So some score updates there quickly. Hurricanes 4-0 over Newbie. Supernatural 5-0 over Counting Coup. Entity 4-2 over Ghost Cell 6. Virtual Secret 2-4 versus Valor. Animal House 4-0 over Immortal. Raptors 4-0 over Pandemonium. Ember 4-2 over Rome, and Kai 4-1 over Hand of Death. So just a few matches left in this round, ours being one of them. So stay tuned as we continue to cover this action, and we're getting into round 5 now. Dark Matter hoping to clench things here.
I mean, they get the quick spawn. They're getting all the speedy spawns on their sides for offense here, and now the pressure's coming in. Yeah, Berserk already hearing these shots. Mad Outdoors gonna find the first pick. Partisan going down early. Gonna be a 5v4. The confirmation shots coming out there, and now Berserk is they're kind of tied up here, right? I mean, they don't know that they can cross out of gas station or not, because right now the offense may have a line, and in fact, Mad Outdoors does have a line on that cross right there. He is looking out towards where Tankus' position is, and there's the pressure shots coming out specifically in that area. So this is kind of like they have to commit to their positions and they have to hit their shots. They don't really have a lot of options here because Dark Matter is slowly starting to close the noose. You can see them all stacked up on the hospital there on the east side.
And I mean, you can see Tankist here being able to capitalize on this position he's in, whereas previously he wouldn't have been able to because there was no wall there on the other side of that building. And now he's able to sit in that position easily because that wall is there, keeping him from being seen by Zucchini, who's just down by ambulance. Vladich now rotating over into center house. Neo, I think, maybe saw the feet come across, so there's a possibility Neo could be taking shots, and he does. Neo grabbing Vladich from center. And that will definitely help open up the defense. That's 2 down, and those were 2 key people that were trying to get out, the 2 cross.
This is still going to be a tough push to make, because if Berserk tucks in and punishes just by holding tight angles on the objective, this is still going to be a difficult approach.
Zucchini could literally go prone from here, or just crouch slowly enough and get within the bounds of the cap.
Yeah, Berserk does not have the opportunity to rotate. Young finding one there on Mad Outdoors as he sweeps around a little too slowly. And there's Zucchini with the M249 response. Finding a pick onto Young, a nice headshot as he rains fire down onto the objective. That's suppressive fire. And this has got to make Berserk worried, right? When you start hearing suppressive fire, you have to assume somebody's trying to come cap. Now, in this case, Dark Matter not sending anybody for that particular job, but it is something you definitely have to worry about. Neo there with a nice pick onto Tankus is just going to leave the final member, Sanchez, on the objective. 4 members of Dark Matter. It's all but over here, barring some sort of miracle.
Yeah, Tankus had an angle where he might have been able to catch Will Sell out to get the peak shot and help even things down a bit. Senior Sanchez will grab Zucchini, but now they know where he is. He's going to have to tuck in. He rotates out, and Will Sell will grab the angle, grab the pick, and grab the round, which will give Dark Matter the win. 4-1 here on Quarantine, and quite some impressive play.
Yeah, that was a fantastic series there by Dark Matter. They definitely showed their strengths. They showed their veteran strengths there. A couple of slip-ups here and there, a little bit of time management, but overall, they seem to hold the line quite well in that series, and now that is going to give them the round 2 win, and that means we're going to have to take a short intermission. I hope this time when I say short, I mean short intermission while we get set up for our 3rd round of matches. So we'll be back in just a few moments. Don't go too far. We have got plenty of Onward action coming at you for the next couple hours. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We are here with our next matchup, and from here on out, they are going to be pretty dang solid matches. We have got the two currently, well, one of the sets of two of currently undefeated teams. We are bringing you Animal House versus Ember. Sleepy. I mean, you know, come on. What can I even say? And we're playing on map Lizzo. That is where we are. So tell me, Sleepy, right now, or I'll pour it on the floor and I'll blame it on you. What are your thoughts about these two teams, and how do you think Bazaar is going to shake out?
I think it's going to be a slugfest is what I think. Ember has been doing really well this season, as I'm sure you know, being a part of the Inferno family. You know, of you and yourself and many other teams now with the other games that have come into the VR Master League. But anyways, but Animal House has been no slouch either. I mean, we saw some impressive stuff from them early on. They're full of people that we know play the game and know the game. So it's really hard to tell. I'd say I'd probably put my money on Ember, but I really would not be surprised if Animal House comes out with the win.
Yeah, I honestly, it's too close to call for me as well. I mean, both teams obviously playing well today. Both teams play well historically. And this is a matchup that, you know, again, I know from experience, Ember has struggled with. Animal House is definitely one of the teams. Hell, my team Blaze, when we were in the running, you know, Animal House is one of our biggest rivals. They're a challenging team.
They're a wild card.
Yeah, they're a very challenging team, and they've got a great roster.
Yeah, and it's so tough to sometimes watch them. I don't want to call it struggle, but kind of settle in the upper portion of the middle of the bracket, right? Like throughout the season in the ladder, like they just kind of settle there towards the top of the middle.
I think they've had some roster difficulties. I think that's what it's been. It's just been, you know, life things happening, and that's just conjecture. I don't know. You know, I'm not an animal.
Yeah.
Lipinski, one of our resident casters, could shine more light on that maybe in the later stages when we get him onto the desk for casting. But yeah, I mean, it is a team that I feel like has always had that potential. I mean, hell, they've been in this place before. They have taken the Challenger Cup. I remember just a couple of seasons ago, they had a great match against Boss Fight for that semifinal spot, and it was this close. I mean,
that's what I mean by they're a wild card. They beat these sometimes really impressive teams. I think it was them that beat Globochem that dropped everyone's jaws or something. Was it not?
Yeah, they have absolutely dominated in a lot of games, and so it's always interesting to see the way that they approach these maps and objectives. They do, like you said, have a bit of an issue with consistency. But again, if I'm gonna say that about Animal House, I have to say it about Ember. Ember is
absolutely.
They've been doing a great job, but their main problem in the past has been consistency. It has been approaching objectives in a similar way. It has been adjusting for a team's play style, and it's something that, you know, I think is going to make for a very wild matchup here. And as I say that, round one gets underway, so we are into the action. Right now, Animal House will be on the attack. It looks like, I want to say Ember chose Volk as their choice instead of a map, so this should be Animal House's map pick. Ember should have been home for this, so if they're on the right-hand side of your screen, yeah, that would have been a Volk choice. So instead of picking the map, they've opted to pick the side. We'll see how that plays out.
A few teams I saw did that yesterday as well. Questicles were one of them, where we were comfortable with any of the remaining maps left, so we were like, okay, we'll just choose Volk and let the other team decide the map, and we'll just let the dice roll. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. It's not a bad call, especially if you are comfortable on a set of maps. There's no reason why you wouldn't want to take what I'll call the perceived Volk advantage. It's not always prevalent. A lot of these maps have changed. A lot of the ways that you approach objectives have changed. So not sure on all maps Volk has an advantage in the same way they used to, but it's definitely something the teams are still, something they worry about, something that they think about when choosing.
What I'm a little thrown off here that I'm seeing from Animal House is just a bit of a slower play than what I thought we would see. Sophie there grab a pick there from Wicked as he tries to push out.
I think it's just this objective, really, because this one does, you have to get everybody into position, and there's a longer route usually to get around to the north than there is to the south.
Point.
So I think they may have just been setting up, but yeah, even the most aggressive teams I've seen take this particular objective slowly. There it is, a trade between Willow and Kuoka, and Hailfire and Lipinski evening things out yet again. Hailfire getting that nice long shot, but not ready for Willow's position on the stairs. And that is a huge pickup for Animal House, because now Green and Wicked here in the south, they can cross a lot easier.
Yeah, pretty much free to cross so long as Soju stays out of that window where he picked them off earlier, where he picked Wicked out from earlier.
Now the pressure is going to be coming in. It's just the two left for Ember. Milkman spotting out Willow. He does find the shot onto him. Nolo now having to rotate out in the north as Soju puts pressure on there.
Wicked's on the push to the objective, though. He's on point, but Milkman there watching the corner ready for the push in. He must have heard him coming. He was in a full sprint.
Ooh, Green just barely missing the shot onto Milkman. I don't think Milk saw him as he was crouched low behind those stalls. Very difficult to see anybody by the stalls. If he stays tucked in here, I think he's going to have a good opportunity to win this. Soju trading out with Nolamite is just going to leave the 1v1. Milkman, is he going to rotate for the pick? He's putting the pressure in. Green Theft doesn't spot him in time, and now he's rotating for the res here. If Green sees the angle, did he see him cross? I don't think he saw him cross, but he could go. He could go for cap right now. Oh, he's just on the other side of this wood. This is just...
Oh my goodness.
This is...
He better go for a knife then at this point, because the second he shoots, he's not going to have time to cap with the res that just happened. Of course, he's not going to know that a res just happened. But here we go. The first shots come in. Green Theft managed to pick up Milkman, but he's not going to go for the cap. He knows the secondary person is there. He's calling out to a team that is not there. However, he's unaware of his team being downed at some point. Soju now rushing around. Green gonna find shots, but not able to get the connection. They trade out, and Animal House gets credited with the win.
Wow.
They take the lead 1-0 on Bazaar, man.
That was an intense heads-up play by Green. That was such an intense series. It was so tense. Basically, from the time Green had hit that mini market, the tension was palpable. In fact, after he killed Milkman and ran in, I'm hoping folks heard it on stream. I mean, he was breathing hard. Like he was feeling the stress of that situation in a very big way. Let me see if we caught that on replay, or at least a portion of that final kill. Yeah, here it is, the rush from Soju towards the objective. Again, not accurate kill counts, right? There was a lot of trades, so Soju really had to force himself to push into that objective area, make sure nobody was capping, and it was just Green he had to deal with, and it came down to that final trade. But, I mean, wow. What a back and forth there, am I right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I was holding my eye there because, again, the slugfest, they're just exchanging blows that whole way through that round. One would get a pick, the other would answer, one would find two, they'd even it back out again. I mean, all the way down, just like you said, till those last few moments with Green, things really even here. And that's, I mean, as we would expect, right? Like we were both kind of anticipating exactly this from this matchup. And so far, that's what we're getting. Now, we'll see how Ember is able to handle the attack, but it does look like one of the members of Animal House is having a little bit of difficulty, so we've had a drop momentarily. So we'll hope that that person comes back in soon. For those of you who are just joining us, however, we do appreciate, of course, all of you out there checking us out here on the stream. We've seen quite a few new followers on the stream today, so we appreciate all of you out there, as well as those of you who might be throwing some biddies or any new subscriptions to the channel. Always appreciate you guys coming through. And then, of course, our sponsors as well, HyperX, Asterion, VRWare. Well, that's not necessarily for Onward, but it is for other VRML leagues. Rebuff Reality, Arma, B Haptics, Cyber Shoes. The list is just getting too long.
Yeah,
that's the problem. It's not that I don't love any one of you enough. ProTube VR cover. Let me make sure I get those in there too. Asterion. It's just that list is just ever so growing, which is great. I'm glad to see that the league is growing, and we're so glad that you're all here to share that with us. But it does look like Steven from Animal House is back in the lobby, so hopefully there won't be too much more trial and tribulation as we get into round 2 here on the map. We'll see if Ember has an answer for Animal House's attack on Titan.
Yeah, that time they took, again, I think that was all just set up, right? When Nolamite got that pick in the north, when that comm came in, they rushed. I mean, they were on it. They were quick. As soon as they started getting those picks, the pressure started coming in. And I think that is the design of that play, right? Every defense
uncharacteristic to them for them.
Yeah, you know, I think if you're talking about caution, you know, then Animal House is definitely not a team that I've seen haphazardly throwing caution to the wind. But they do have some aggressive plays. They have some very, ramped up versions of plays. But I think in this particular case on this objective, you have to force the defense to start rotating, right? When you've got 5 up on the defense, everybody's entrenched, everybody has coverage. Once you get it down to 3-2 players, that is when the defense starts really moving around and you can capitalize on that pressure. So let's take a look at what round 2 will be bringing us. It's Animal House is in the defensive spawn here, having a good time. It's one of the things you absolutely know about Animal House is they will have a good time while playing. And now we'll see how that good time translates to defensive success as Ember takes on the attack.
Yep, and a pretty even approach out, pretty even break out for the offense. A nice kind of semicircle expansion, a fanned out approach, if you will. They're cutting the map off almost in half offensively right out of the gate. If you look, they're spread kind of perfect, almost perfectly diagonal with the one exception in the back. But they're not wasting any time getting as much ground as they can before they have to go all sneaky snake ghost recon on them. But yeah, so good to see they're not wasting any time there. You can see Soju, Quokka, some of the others pushing up quite well. All, in fact, in a pre-staged attack position here on the objective, if you will.
Yeah, it's again, this is one of those, let the defense make the mistakes first. We've got a good bit of time early game. Let's try to, get set up into positions, try and catch them rotating. But like I'd mentioned, once they're set up, if you got 5 up, there's not a lot of reason for people to get rotatey. So you got to apply a little bit of pressure. You got to force a mistake, and then try to capitalize on it. And we'll see if that happens here.
One is inside this courtyard and one of the upstairs. One of the stairs.
Switch applying the pressure here on the west side of the courtyard. Him and Hailfire will be the ones having to deal with Steven and Green in this path, but Nolamite on that north wall pressure manages to knock Hailfire out early, and that is going to give Animal House the advantage early on in this round. Now Quokka on the pressure here
Might be 10 to 20 minutes.
with Green Theft.
Switch and Steven just a few meters apart. Look angle. Steven definitely hearing this. Steven, the radio call. Switch finds a pick though. And there's a radio call from Switch. Will Steven act with aggression or will he hold out with patience? He's going to push up a little bit. He's looking. The trade comes out. They both are down. Switch able to be revived though.
Did you trade?
Olamite, though, is in a good position to get in on the backside of this offense, but Soju IDs it, finds the shot, and that is going to be 3 out as the call-out comes in from Soju. And now there are just 2 left, 1 left as Milkman scoops up the one on the objective, and now it is the final member, Lipinski, on the objective. 4v1, the pressure coming in, and Milkman with the quick snap, finding the kill, and the round win there for Ember on this second round.
I react so poorly, but it was a very clean round. So congrats to Ember on that. That's not. I don't mean to detract from that. I react so poorly because they had a prime opportunity to go for that cap. They could have kept Lipinski busy for quite a while if they were really careful and been able to squeak that in there. But you know what? A secured cap or a secured round is a secured point, and that's that brings them back even and back on an even playing field with Animal House, who was able to secure that first round. So better to get the 1 point than to get no points at all going for 2. So, congrats to them on the round. Well played from them. I mean, they just systematically pulled Animal House to pieces there. With the exception of the 1 kill, they lost no members of their team in that round. So good job there to them. Animal House, though, they definitely have their work cut out for them, when you say.
I think that's an understatement. That is the understatement of the century. They have got more than their fair share of work cut out for them here. I think there is... I don't know. I think this is going to be what this map is going to be like. You know, I think this is how they're going to be going back and forth with each other. But we don't have to wait too long to find out. All right, let's head into gameplay here.
Yep, we're going to have the South Humvee objective, the Crossroads, as I personally call it, because it's one of the few crossroad areas where they all meet, pretty much.
All right. That short intermission. I think I've been able to figure out what the issue with replays is, so hopefully those replays will be playing properly from here on out. My apologies for playing a replay always older than the one I want. Hopefully the next one we will
Always
catch.
Always old. Always old.
Hey, listen, it's technically a replay.
That's what you want.
Pressure from Green Theft coming out towards the middle. I mean, he's just really raining fire down, trying to keep that defense from getting a little too peaky, from getting an angle onto this north side. And the reasoning for that, it seems to me, if you look at the overhead map, they had to sweep from left to right across the north. So they didn't want the defense looking across into those hallways and spotting where that offense is coming from. A nice little distracting play.
Pushes out on the east to Steven, Wicked, and Lipinski. Push across with little to no resistance. In fact, Hailfire does pick up Lipinski on the tail section. Hailfire does grab Wicked X as he turns to try and support Lipinski. Not exactly what was intended. Now Lipinski gonna go ahead and throw a frag out
there it
in that
is.
direction, and a well-placed one at that as he grabs Hailfire, downs him, and now he's looking towards the objective. Grab that pick switch, almost gonna walk himself into that line of fire as well.
There's the confirmed shots. Steven now approaching here in the southeast, starting to try to clear the south side and make their approach on the backside of the objective. One of the sort of main ways that we see teams attacking this objective is trying to get in behind the defense and then forcing a sort of 360-degree view to keep the defense constantly moving. See if that replay plays properly. We should be seeing the grenade from Lipinski to down Hailfire, and there it is. Working as intended. A nice little toss there. IDing that position, getting the grenade right on target, knocking Hailfire out. That is a very deadly spot Hail was in.
Yeah, it sure is. Green Theft, once solo on his own in the west, now rotated and is in the center part of this push. I'm assuming once these other guys in the south get into a better positioning, he's going to start unloading with some suppressive fire, and he's not going to wait. He's going to do a little bit of checking. Soju thinking about poking out, and Green just blows his doorway up with a few rounds just to keep him safe. Quokka, opposite side, southeast, going to grab Steve. He's got one more there. Lipinski going to go ahead and deal with him. He's got two there.
That was a nice refrag there. That was a 4v3. Green Theft is still just in that middle, there to apply the pressure on the defense and stop them from being from trading positions back and forth. Meanwhile, Lipinski finds a nice long shot down the hallway here and down the switch, but the revive comes in from Milkman. Gives Ember that position, and Lipinski not prepared for somebody to have revived him so quickly. Now Green looking for this refrag attempt. As soon as Switch peeks this, it's a good chance he's gonna catch a bullet for his troubles. The grenade comes out, and there it is. Green Theft with the response. Has to duck away from that grenade. And now Soju and Milkman both trying to deal with Green, but Nolamite here on the objective side could just sneak up underneath both of them and punch that code. I think that's what he's looking for.
Nolamite's a sneaky dude, man. I've seen him do stuff like this, and here comes that tablet. He's gone prone. It's going to be hard for Soju to spot this.
Yeah, Soju's not spotting it. He is going to get this cap in.
That's it.
That is 2 points to Animal House right there on that sneaky play. A lot of that, again, it's a lot of distractionary play there from Animal House. That was all keeping the attention focused on a particular part of that objective. Animal House doing a great job of holding the attention, and Nolamite punching that code in. Let's see if we can take a look at it. No, of course, this part is still Hailfire's grenade. But the listen, it's been a long day, so
It's experimental technology, folks.
yeah, exactly. No, I mean a great sneak and a great cap there by Nolamite to give them that 2-point lead, and now Ember on the back foot. This is their undefeated title so far in the series on the line. Do you think they got what it takes, Sleepy? I mean, I'm not at liberty to answer questions like this, so...
The worst part about this is the cap brought them here.
Yes.
Right? It's not like the cap happened in round 1, and then they managed to win a defensive round, and then these guys just managed to secure another round, right? Like, no, like the cap just happened. And as a viewer, and if you're not a player particularly, you might not understand what that means, but those caps are really demoralizing, or can be. And it obviously depends on how you deal with that. So how Ember deals with that, and how well their attack strategies are for this particular objective will determine what happens, but it do or die. It's all on the line, as Noman said. They are on the hook for this one, and we're about to find out what's going to happen. I thought, maybe.
Yeah.
Psych! Gotcha, chat.
Keeping us on our toes is what they're doing.
I'm on my butt, Noman. Should I be on my toes?
Honestly, you can be wherever you want to be, Sleepy. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but I am going to tell the folks at home that this round is underway, because we're in round 4 now. Animal House very excited about that cap, of course.
Should be. Ember looking to get across the road early in the east. Switch and Quokka across at the same time. Soju trying to take a peek from up top, but Wicked going to be ready in the southeast with the peek. Switch able to find the refrag very quickly, though. Him and Hailfire will continue their push.
This is a quick sweep across to the east side. They didn't have to take that same amount of time Animal House did, because they didn't start on the western side, so they've got the advantage of speed right out the gate, and now the pressure is going to be applied here to Green Theft and Nolamite's position much earlier into the round, and there's Switch finding another.
I was just gonna say, but I was just about to compliment Animal House for their good defensive rotation here after realizing how much of the offense it's dedicated to the east. And then, of course, Nolamite gets picked. You guys really got to stop reading my mind, teams. Anyways, but yeah, great defensive rotation, but still not enough switches on fire right now. Green Theft Auto will be the next link in the chain to stop this from happening. Switch, but he's not able to make a connection.
Ooh, he makes the wrong call out.
Down. Yeah, I heard it too. And that call kills him.
That is what you don't want to see. Definitely thought he had the shot, but Switch was still alive, able to get that refrag, and that's the danger of those rotations. And now that's misinformation for Animal House. They're not aware that they're dealing with potentially 4. I mean, well, they are dealing with 4. They don't know how many they're dealing with because of that call. They assume 2 or 3 may be alive now.
And the defense was just a moment ago a bit spread. Now Lipinski's gone off the objective, and Steven trades out with Hailfire. Ember do grab that do-or-die lifeline, and they hold on, well, for dear life.
Yeah, they are going now to their defensive round, and this is not the objective you want for your defensive round. This is...
Not with this team.
Yeah, this is historically a very capable objective, and one that really requires quite a bit of focus. It is the center Coyote objective here, right in the north side of that mini market. And if you're an Onward player, you know the difficulties with defending this. There are quite a few different cap locations. You basically are on 360-degree defensive duties all the way until the final seconds of the round. There is no escape from the pressure here, and I have a feeling Animal House is going to bring it on this offensive push, because they want this round over. They want this game done. Ember has to hold on, though. We didn't even have enough time to go to the scoreboard, Sleepy. I mean, that's how quickly they decided to get into this round.
I know. I was just going to say, we're at war with the timer here right now because they are gearing to go. Animal House that confident, I think, in this next round that they are just like, we don't need any more time to plan. We're good to go. Let's roll.
West spawn.
The shot early. The callouts come in from the defense. Hailfire going to be under a lot of pressure. He has got a lot of work.
They saw him in the shot as well. He does find one, however, with Green Theft. There's Wicked Hex to see if he's available. He does get the trade, but he's...
Perfect. He's got the call out. That is exactly what Hailfire would have wanted in that situation. He trades out with one, gets the call outs in. Now, even if he's confirmed, he's done a 1-for-2 trade, and that's all that the defense can hope for. Steven looking for that confirm. Not gonna be able to find it. Switch though, looking for a potential revive, but he gets his head a little too far into that window, and Steven is not a sharpshooter you want to mess with at that distance.
No, not at all. And at that distance, he sure as heck can't miss. He finishes off Hailfire to make sure no more call-outs come in about where that Animal House team is coming from. They are down to 3, though. Probably not what they were anticipating when that timer started beeping. But 3 people against, well, 3. It looks like we maybe had a... No, wait.
No. That was correct. Yeah,
sorry.
Hailfire and Switch both going out.
Yep. Sorry,
on
so bad at math right now.
Steven's shots, and now it is Ember's defense to lose here. Animal House trying to regroup. I heard the... I'm going to go rotate call out from Nolamite as he goes to find a new position. Looks like they are going to opt to rotate south and around, leaving just Steven here to approach on the objective side. Now, I think the question here is going to be, is he going to be in sync with where his team's pressure is going to come from? And if he's going to spot Quokka in that little spot back there. Looks like he's just tucked in enough. Steven checking the angles, not going to spot him out. Quokka rotating.
Milkman's getting ready to walk into it. Oh, and I was just getting ready to say I love this angle for that exact reason. It does give you access to some checkpoints for the defense.
Like he's in the
and he
center
does
of his
grab that member of Ember. The member of Ember. I always love saying that. It's always fun to say. Anyways, Steven proving to be a sheer weapon on this round for Animal House as they hope to secure this undefeated victory in the series.
Yeah, 2 defenders left. Quokka rotating here. This is the smart call, right? When you're down to just a few members of the defense, you have to have good visual on that entire first floor of the kayak. There are so many spots that Marsaw can tuck themselves into to cap that you've got to be moving around and getting eyes on as quickly as possible. Steven there with a little nade toss to check. Soju, meanwhile, cleaning the upstairs, making sure nobody's up there, but Pinsky and Nolamite getting into position, start putting pressure on the north, could be the thing that spells doom if Soju doesn't calm him down. I don't think he knows Quokka's got the front side of that objective covered.
So here's the other thing Ember need to hopefully remember is that giving away the 1 point to lose is going to be better for them than giving away the 2 points to allow Animal House to cap again, if it so happens. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but, you know, points separation and how many you give away and how many you gain on your opponent eventually comes into play if there are tiebreakers. Say if Animal House, you know, later loses as well, you know, that would come into play later. So they would want to keep the scoreline, just like in regular season, you want to keep that scoreline as close as possible if you're losing, and if you're winning, you want to make sure it's spread as far as possible. So Animal House probably, again, looking to cap to spread that out and get that 5 points. But it is going to be tough because so far, Ember have a pretty good lockdown on the objective. Lipinski is prodding in, though, and he's being quite sneaky. He might see Quokka in just a moment.
Yeah, Quokka is not going to be prepared for this right side peek. Soju with the comms coming in. Lipinski should be spotting Quokka any second, but he doesn't see him through the boxes there. Lipinski checking the upstairs. Soju dropping down off the back. Oh my god, this is just so much tension. Steven looking for
the cap. He's upstairs. He's got pad out. He's going for the cap. Soju's on the other side of the wall. He cannot see it. And there it is. Animal House get the cap. A 5-2 win for Animal House. And they just weren't paying quite enough attention. Lipinski, the sneaky ninja of Animal House, has been rocking it so far. Every map we've tuned into, Lipinski has been playmaking. So kudos to him and to Nolamite. 2 caps on the map. But well played by Ember. They really had some great rounds in there. We saw some excellent onward play in that map. Some great bizarre play, too, if we compare it to some of the regular season stuff we casted. So, I mean, what else to say? Noman, your thoughts on that round?
No, that was fantastic. That was exactly the kind of series I was thinking we were going to see. You know, again, Animal House is Ember's kryptonite, and Ember played a good round, but it's those little things, and Animal House will capitalize on mistakes. That is one of their biggest their biggest boons, I guess you could say, that they are very good at putting the pressure in the right places, understanding the map really well, and capitalizing on that damage. A great game, and one of the few, I think there's a good bit that have already finished in round 3. But we are going to go take our brief intermission while we figure out what games are next, and we'll either be back with a round 3 in progress or the round 4 matchups in just a little bit. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in just a few. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back yet again. Apologies for the time it takes, but hey, the rounds take as long as the rounds take. If you're a player, you know you have no control over that. You gotta be playing hard. You gotta be in the paint every single round. And a lot of these teams are taking it down to the wire. We're starting to see that point gap closing between the teams in every round. So that is why we have taken an extra couple of minutes to get here, but we are here now, and we are here with a great matchup. These are the remaining undefeated teams, Raptors and Animal House, and we are going to be playing, or actually, I'm not going to be playing anything because I'm sitting in this chair and I'm comfy, but these teams are going to be duking it out here on Quarantine. So Sleepy thought, I mean, we've seen Animal House. We've watched them play a couple of games today. What are your feelings? Have you been keeping up to date on Raptors? How do you feel Animal House is going to take this? You think Raptors has a chance to unseat them? What's going on here?
I wouldn't say my knowledge of Raptors is up to date by any means. However, I have noticed their positive performance throughout their history this season in the VRML. So I've taken a bit of notice to that, and I think based on today's performance in this group, being the other undefeated team in this group against some pretty serious contenders, mind you, it speaks volumes to that. So I'm anticipating a pretty good showing from them here against Animal House. Now we've seen Animal House play this map, did we not? I'm sorry. And now we've seen so many different teams and maps throughout. I'm not sure if we've seen them on this map, but we've seen Animal House play quite a few maps now, and so they're definitely warmed up. They're looking good. We just watched them get 2 caps on Bazaar, so be interesting to see what they have for Raptors. Their defense better be ready to go because there's a lot of cap opportunities here on Quarantine, which is our map, of course.
Yeah, this is it's going to be tough to cap on this. I don't think we've seen a cap on Quarantine yet today. Not that at least not on this channel.
I think so.
So it's going to be a tough call for both teams. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that long-range play, and that you got to be watching out for your players like Lipinski, right, with those long-range sniper rifle shots that he loves to make. Definitely going to be a player to watch in this series, and I'm interested to see, what is the level of aggression here, because we're getting into the late stages of the day. We're getting into the player fatigue situations. It's hard. It's hard to be quick. It's hard to pay attention. It's hard to be quick and be efficient at the same time at this stage. So let's see what happens. We've got round 1 kicking off here. Raptors on the defense. So they've opted for the Volk pick as they are higher on the standings. They would have been home. So this is the Animal House map choice.
Yeah, that is what it seems, and they seem pretty happy singing coming out of the gate there in the south for their spawn. Pretty good look ability for them. Steven making a nice call out there for them. Green Theft going to stop and take a peek. And they are wasting no time. They're pushing up the west pretty aggressively here.
Yeah, and this is the right idea for this approach, because again, you get this building, you get all these new approaches to the objective with this building and the way that it's set up. So not surprising to see them taking this route.
Yeah, Soldier Z up here in the area where we saw Young from Berserk earlier today in the west, and he's already made some callouts. I think he was able to see Steven, who pushed out far west, maybe Wicked Hex there. But Animal House is looking to his position as well. As you can see, their lasers kind of scanning around that area. But until that point, Soldier does have the possibility of an ambush, and Wicked's going to push up underneath. Can Soldier see it, though? It looks like the angle's close, but no cigar.
No, it's going to be too far away, it looks like. But Soldier tucked in here. I mean, again, we've seen this already played once earlier, and the idea behind staying in that spot is you can get in behind the offense once they've passed you. It's just a question of intel and whether or not you are being aware enough of the position of players. Here comes Nolamite up here. Now, this is dangerous. Soldier's tucked in there. He's going to be hearing all these footsteps.
Yeah. There it is. He sees Green Theft. Will he find Nolamite as well? Is he going to peek the corner? He doesn't. Nolamite's trained in on it. However, there goes the flash frag around the corner. Flash goes downstairs, and Nolamite peeking. Takes down Soldier with little to no problem there.
We're down 1, -2 for them.
Yeah, Nolamite giving out the... Yeah, he's got the call-outs there on point.
Definitely.
They've got the accurate count of remaining players. Now it's just going to be a question of dealing with the main 3 defenders on the objective. Wicked Hex now rounding this corner, going to start his approach. He needs Lipinski or Nolamite to start putting a little pressure on Rooftop as well, but he might be able to spot out Distorted if he gets a little too antsy on the corner of that Rooftop.
Yeah, Wicked X is also going to have to fear VR Marksman here, sitting on the scaffolding, a newer addition to Quarantine with the map update back at 1.6 when the Quest version came down the pipe.
Yes.
Was that 1.5?
No, I think it was 1.7. I don't know. Good question.
It's a number around there. It's one of those points. Anyways, yeah, so it's a good look to be able to catch the people, coming off of this west side, as it's changed up quite a bit. It's also, you can squeak out a small sliver of an angle up there to the rooftop where you can see just the faintest inkling of Nolamite up there, but otherwise it's a weak spot for that rooftop, that particular rooftop. But yeah, Wicked X gonna have to keep a lookout for VR Marksman, and as I say that, he slowly approaches that corner.
We got Lipinski coming in on the rooftop side. We're taking this wide angle pan over this because there's a lot of different approaches coming from the offense. And this is the kind of thing that you expect to see from the veteran teams. The the staggered approach, but synchronized. Started looking for Lipinski there. Doesn't catch him on that angle.
I got a dude south of North Roof. One down.
And there it is, Distorted finds Nolamite up on that rooftop there. A great position for gathering intel, but very, very exposed as you are extremely skylit to the enemy with that skybox behind you. And now Wicked Hex going to try to and succeed at finding Distorted off that rooftop peak angle. And they're going to rotate back now inside this western warehouse building and come out through the backside. And Wicked is going to do the unthinkable there. And both casters now have hands on heads in reaction as they are afraid of what just happened. That team kill going to be detrimental to the Animal House push here, but not completely, it's not the death spike per se.
The problem is the time. He did it when there was 45 seconds left, and now it's a 2v2.
I didn't even catch that.
Wicked Hex should have heard Marksman making those call-outs. Now Wicked Hex has a good angle onto Messino's position, but he's not quick enough as he swings around, finds Lipinski on the rooftop. Wicked Hex now looking for one. He's hearing the shots here, the pressure coming in. Wicked Hex looking for the guy up at the barrel. Is he going to spot him first? No, VR Marksman will be the one to knock out the remaining member of Animal House and secure round 1 for the Raptors.
Wow, great play there from Raptors, really kind of turning that around at first. A two pick early on from Animal House to really kind of open things up. And you would have thought, advantage-wise, that would have been a nice early advantage to just kind of close in with the aggression they put off the break going west. I figured they would have just continued using that momentum and using that numbers game that they had running for them to cover each other. But they slowed up a little bit, and I think that's where they gave Raptors the opportunity to kind of get their wits about them and get it set. And that slowly just worked around on them. And I don't know, maybe the fact that they have more seasoned players, i.e. that they go back further into Onward's developmental history, maybe those players are still having issues or still not a fan of the new changes or certain changes to the map of Quarantine. For example, some people don't like some of the changes that were made in this northwestern area of the map because of the previous building that was here is no longer. It's bigger. There's more limited access points. It limits the routes through the western portion of the map. So some folks have complaints about that. Others love it. Others love the verticality that's been added in that area and on that side of the map in general. So I mean, you have both sides there. But I think overall, the stop in the momentum is what maybe hurt Animal House the most, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's still early in the map, so I'm going to give them a little bit of time to figure this, figure out each other's playstyles, because this is the first time they are meeting on this map. So I think there's still a good bit of time for Animal House to course correct here. But a good first round for the Raptors and showing why, their standings in the worldwide standings are accurate. They are a scary team. They've come up to speed quickly.
They really have. Yeah, but and now we'll really see you know, what they've got, because attacking is really in my opinion, a better test of a team because it requires more action from you, right? You have to be the one pushing the map. You have to be the one going to that objective. But the defense doesn't have to do anything other than get into their positions and watch for enemies and protect the objective, right? You don't have to move on the map necessarily outside of moving from spawn to your position. So this is a limit, and the new quarantine is a really good test of teams' coordination as well. You can see Raptors already kind of fanning out across the map. You've got two here in the east with Messino, and then you've got the other three VR Marksman, Soldier Z, and Distorted working their way across the other side. Lich King over here with Messino in the east. And they're very active, definitely moving across. It doesn't seem that Animal House has picked up on what spawn it is. Eyes are
they did
everywhere.
Oh, they called it early, actually. I heard.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I heard. I was hovering over the defensive spawn. It was either Steven, I think, or Green had called out that it was south spawn. They ID'd them crossing. It was actually Soldier and Distorted crossing in that southeast. You can get a very long angle peek from the White Car Hill down into the south, and they did ID them pretty quickly. Now Soldier here going to be running into Nolamite pretty soon. I don't think he's going to be ready for this position. This is a very cheeky little spot underneath the back of this tail. Soldier going the high road instead of the low road. Might just be enough to save him. Nolo may have spotted him just now. Not yet. Still tucked in and waiting. There it is, Soldier dropping. Nolamite getting out of that position, but just enough to get into Distorted's line of view, and that is going to be the first pick for Raptors here as they approach. Now Green going to be looking for the refrag here. He can get it onto Soldier, who's pushing up, making a lot of noise. Should be enough for Green to identify that somebody's coming to this window.
Got to be careful, though, because Steven could pop out there and take him down as he's going to enter this building. Doesn't look like Steven's planning on doing that, but he does. He pops around the corner and finds Green without Steven being able to take him down.
Two dead.
That is 2 identified down for Raptors, and now it's a 5v3, so very similar to situation to what we were seeing when the roles were flipped when Animal House was doing the attack. Very similar, but Soldier picking up another. Steven going down in the west, and they are picking them apart one by one.
Lich King coming around on the backside of Lipinski. As Lipinski grabs Messino, he might not have heard Lich King come up, and here it is. Lich King on the corner, looking, peeking, checking, but the flash comes out. It's a bit high, though. I don't think it's going to get the effect that he wanted. Maybe it did, though. Lich King does back off. Here comes Lipinski on the push. He gets aggressive, and Lich King comes through and finds Lipinski through the container.
One dead.
That's just going to leave the one remaining member of Animal House, Wicked Hex, to defend against all 4 remaining members of the Raptors. A very challenging position to be in at its best, but Soldier Z seals the deal with a nice headshot straight down onto the objective, and Raptors will take their second point here in map 2.
Yeah, impressive play there from Raptors. I mean, just tearing down Animal House's defense one by one. I mean, most of that being on that western side, as we saw. That was where a big portion of that push came from. But overall, I mean, they just managed to get the drop on Lipinski. Even, you know, Animal House's point man today, as we've seen in some of our earlier coverage on this channel, has even had trouble dealing with them. I mean, Lich King definitely got the drop on him there with that aggression. So, I mean, great job there to Raptors. They've taken a 2-0 lead on the map. It's still a close game, even though the scoreboard isn't quite reading that. You know, each round is still a great round so far. I'm still happy with the matchup here so far. But so far, okay, stop saying so far, Sleepy, because we're going to stop that now. Anyways, Raptors have been showing why they are currently undefeated in today's group.
They've been doing a really good job of taking their time and clearing, you know, each angle, clearing each building, communicating well between each other. It's been interesting to see. It's rare to see a team, you know, in their first season be this coordinated and well put together. So definitely a team to watch if you're a new team. This is exactly the kind of coordination that you
Or if
want.
you're an old team.
Yeah, or if you're an old team and you're struggling to find your way, to break out into that top half of the bracket, or the top half of the ladder. Apologies. This is exactly the kind of play that brings you there. So keep your eye on that. But we are getting ourselves deep into round 3 now. The objective is center tank courtyard.
Yes, the tank courtyard, and a shifted objective because it's not quite where it used to be, right? It is in a different position. It's more central inside the courtyard and has a little bit more protection, though on one side it has less protection. And some new points of attacking. So a lot of the meta has been shaken up here yet again, just like some of the other maps that have been adjusted. But it'll be interesting to see how the Raptors plan to defend this. And currently, from the overhead map, I'm a little confused. It looks like Distorted might be the first to find things if he manages to hear or see these Animal House members stacking up behind him.
Yeah, they've opted to go the northern approach, which is a pretty legacy route for this objective, sweeping from the north and getting a little pressure from the center, and that's kind of what they're doing. I think they're a little overcommitted on the north for what I would normally do. Usually you go with a 3-2 split, 3 in the north, 2 pushing center, 1 keeping an eye on the south. But it could still work out. They do have those long-range threats available to do the same damage that somebody in the center could do. So we'll see how that pans out as the round continues.
Yeah, it was interesting for me to also see Green Theft check kind of the eastern angle from the roof rather than looking to the roof for intel.
Distorted should be now hearing Green Theft Auto's callouts, so that is enough information to let him know there's somebody up in the north.
I also saw Soldier's laser painting up here on the rooftop, taking some peeks. I don't think he definitely couldn't see Green Theft by any means, but he is aware that the possibility of the rooftop attacker
One on
is
objective
there.
on that corner, the right
going
corner.
to take some shots from the rooftop courtyard. That should scare, or at least alert Distorted a little bit. Now he's got to focus his attention on 2 different angles.
Steven's going to be the first one, though, to find the pick out in the east.
Wow,
He still may be reservoir though, so he can give intel because he was at the window.
Callouts there coming in that there may still be somebody up there, but no, in fact, there is not, as that was a full-on kill with the headshot. The shots coming out from Green Theft are keeping Lich King tucked in on the objective. He's right behind the radar dish, just
And he's jiggle peeking.
trying to get
And
those shots to land. Yeah, Distorted there does find Nolamite on his rotation.
He's going to find Green Theft as well as he rotates up. And that'll be 2 for him. But Wicked Hex, with all the distraction, has it managed to make some pretty good headway here. But he unfortunately has bad timing as Distorted rotates back off the roof and catches him just between the pieces of cover. And just like that, what looked like Animal House kind of taking control and silently approaching has quickly become a turnaround to Raptors holding a 4-2 advantage here with just 2 minutes left. And Lipinski and Steven still quite a ways back. I mean, Steven's definitely within striking range at this point. He's just east of the main objective building, but gonna be a bit difficult for the 2 of them to push their way through. My bet would be to try and get the drop into that garage and take down Messino if possible, and see if you can't get like some sort of turnaround peek onto Lich King at the objective, or maybe coordinate that with Lipinski so where you could get them at the same time, because after that the rotation time from the remaining 2 defenders looks to be a bit long if you have a fast capper like I believe Steven is, and Lipinski also very quick capper as we saw earlier in Bazaar.
Yeah, they're definitely a deep threat. I mean, once you get them close to the objective, they are all good at getting that code in.
Well, Steven looked prepared to enter the parking garage, but is now backing up. Not sure he's going to now pan across from a farther distance. He should be able to see Messino, but he doesn't. The darkness helping Messino to hide.
That Volk uniform is not easy to spot in these dark areas.
Yeah, and Steven not having any NVG, so going this route definitely a risk for him. Hopefully he'll see Messino in time, but Messino definitely going to be hard to spot in this dark parking garage.
Steven, stay quiet, though. He's got the benefit there. Messino's not really paying attention. He does peek now, looks for him. Steven does spot the movement, but not quick enough as Messino wraps up that kill, and that's going to leave Lipinski with no time and a lot of defenders to go. Like Raptors will be going up 3-0.
And there it is, yep, distorted. Grabbing that final kill, and as Noman said, taking it up 3-0 here on Quarantine, and kind of unexpected the score line, I will say. Impressive stuff so far. I can't really say there's really nothing. What can Animal House do at this point, Noman? You know, what is it? Is it momentum thing? Is it they just need the right spawn? They just need the right objective to swing things around? They've not been able to put up a point yet, and that seems odd considering, you know, their matchups earlier today.
Yeah, they've had a strong showing in the matchups I've seen, but right now I think the biggest problem is a bit of a desync. I mean, for example, there Lipinski was well out of position for where Steven was, right? You would, if you have two guys left, you want to try to at least be sure that you can cover each other. Steven going into that underground garage doesn't afford Lipinski any sort of opportunity for a refrag, right? So there's things like that I'm noticing. But yeah, I mean, it just seems to be shot for shot. Raptors are winning out where Animal House does not. So we'll see. I'm not going to count them out. I never have, and I never will. Animal House definitely a team that can come back from an 0-3. One of the teams that I would definitely bet could do that. So we'll see how they handle round 4 as it gets underway. But Raptors looking good and trying to get themselves out of this series with a 4-0. I mean, that would be a pretty big sweep for them here in round 4, likely locking in that top spot.
Yeah, and, you know, let's chat a little bit about what's going on. I mean, Distorted is on a tear. 6 kills so far. Soldier with 4 himself. Messino only with 2, and the other 2 members of Raptors only picking up 1. But on the other side, Animal House only able to pick up 4 kills so far in total. So they need to definitely get those sights sighted in and ready to go, because they need to start picking up some kills if they want to do something.
We'll see how this defensive round goes for them, as the Raptors do get the quick spawn. So they're going to be dead center spawned here. And there's the shots coming out. That's going to give the defense enough information to know that they got to set up and keep eyes forward. So that is likely where most of that offense is going to come from here. Ooh, Soldier, see, almost grabbing the shot onto Wicked Hex there on a pretty tight angle. He's going to have to use that syringe. Keep himself nice and healed up. Make sure he can still sprint.
So the South and the Center are well advanced up for this objective. They are good to go, basically. I mean, Soldier's maybe a little far out to strike, but now the North needs to catch up, but Nolamite's going to try and make that a bit more difficult as he grabs Messino in the Northwest. He's under fire now from Distorted, as Distorted grabs yet another kill for Raptors for himself.
I got one now.
Lich King is somewhat aware of Wicked's position here, and now Wicked's going to rush out just as the Lich King drops down and misses his opportunity to find that pick that he so drastically needs to clear up to this objective point.
Yeah, they have. I mean, this is what we've been seeing, right? These trades, these back and forth trades, 1-to-1. And if Animal House can just get the favor and get 2 picks for the price of 1, things could really start turning their way. And this defensive round is the time that they have to do it. Distorted is now up on the roof here, and he's taking shots again. Yeah, this is a dangerous spot to be in, and the guy shooting him is Lipinski, the man you don't want shooting at you from a long range. Definitely going to be tough for him to get off this roof now. I'm taking a look at the overhead here again. I mean, Raptors is kind of set up and just waiting for Animal House to rotate in and make mistakes. Shots there from Lich King ring out onto Wicked Hex. In that center burning. Meanwhile, Soldier Z and Marksman charging up in the south, taking control of these buildings, these windows, these ledges up on the roofs. They're just trying to get the elevation and the viewpoints all over that objective, and it's working out nicely. It's keeping Animal House from being able to sort of have free reign of this area. Hex now challenging Lich King in the center. Center burning, building, Distorted still on the rooftop applying pressure. Now Soldier pushed up to ambulance. I mean, Wicked and Steven are in good positions to prevent the cap, right? They should be able to hear the players above them. So they're in good spots. They don't necessarily have to be peeking like this. Lich King there taking the shots out onto Wicked and just barely missing, but Soldier is going to be the one that cleans that up, and Distorted manages to find Lipinski in the distance and get that pick as well. And now Raptors poised quite nicely to take this fourth round. Soldiers knocking Green Theft out. Now Steven's going to be forced to put pressure out onto the remaining members of Raptors. And there it is, folks. Animal House not able to put points up on the board for this round, but Raptors will take the series 4-0.
Yeah, they sure will, man. I really did not expect that type of scoreline coming out from this matchup. I mean, Animal House, a seasoned team. They've been to this postseason setup before. They know what to expect, but they sure weren't ready for Raptors this time around. It seems that 4-0 scoreline tells the story. But the rounds were, for the most part, again, very, very close. So there it is. Yeah, Raptors, formerly Velociraptors, take the round and remain undefeated so far, and are currently set to be this group's winner.
Absolutely. And so with that, we're going to take our little short break and see if we can't dig around for any other matches that might be ongoing that we can bring to you on this channel. So stick around. Otherwise, we'll be back with round 5 in just a little bit. See you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. You have been waiting patiently, and there's just nothing. I can't even give you the money out of my wallet to thank you for hanging out with us while we waited for the scores to wrap up and get everything input. But we do have our 5th round matchup, and it is going to be Ember versus Raptors, as you see at the top of your screen there. This is going to be the final matchup for this Group B Challenger Cup stage. And you may be asking yourself, hey, Noman, what map are we playing? And I'm going to tell you that it's Quarantine. Quarantine is where we're going. You've seen it, what, twice now, I think, on this channel, and probably once or twice in others.
Maybe 3 times, yeah.
So it is not an unfamiliar map for us at this point, and I'm excited to see what'll happen here because, you know, I've got my Ember guys. I've got my little, you know, the close to home team, and we've got the team in the #1 spot right now, Raptors, taking them on. Sleepy, do you think Ember has what it takes to unseat the Raptors?
I don't know. Maybe Embers have done some impressive stuff over the regular season, so I wouldn't put it past them to be able to come back. They have also been in these Challenger Cup and postseason situations before, so they're aware of how long these days were coming into it. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ember could do it, if anyone could at this stage. I mean, obviously, there are other teams in this group who, if they were lined up against Raptors at this point, I would also be saying the same thing for. But in this case, I'm saying it about Ember because they're here. And I do think that they have what it takes to stop and defeat the currently undefeated Raptors. But time will tell. Raptors have been playing well today, as we've seen so far. Their last match was a 4-0 against Animal House. And yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just that we'll have to wait and see at this point. But I do think Ember can do it.
Absolutely, I think they can do it. I have seen them do it in the past. So now we have got 9 people in the lobby. Just waiting on that that 10th and final player before we kick things off. I mean, it's been a pretty excellent group stage, wouldn't you say, Sleepy? I think we've had some really fun games on all the channels, not just ours.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, the problem is when you're casting, you can't really watch those other channels, right? So you don't get to see exactly all the great plays that happen. But yes, especially here on OML 1 today, we've had some excellent stuff going. Yesterday, also a great group. Group A was also full of some really great matchups. I mean, I was actually on the field for those, so I can speak from experience there. But yeah, today we've had a lot of great stuff happen here on this. We had that two cap map from Animal House on this channel against Ember, and that was a great game overall, realistically. Yeah, we've had some real nail biters. So yeah, I'm not disappointed at all, and I'm excited to see what the stages from henceforth have in store for us as we get closer and closer to crowning champions for Season 10.
Yeah, that is going to be ongoing for the next couple of weeks for those folks who may not be aware of the format. If you're just tuning in, excuse me, for the first time to an Onward postseason. So this is just the first stage of the postseason. This is where teams are battling it out for that coveted 8th spot in the the quarterfinals, which are next weekend. The stages for that are A and B, Saturday and Sunday, respectively. And the 8 teams from the top of the rankings, so the 7 plus the one that wins in the Challenger Cup final, which will be played this week, duke it out there for a spot in the semifinals, which will then be in 2 weeks. And in 2 weeks, we have a semifinals on a Saturday and the finals on a Sunday to decide who is the winner of the Season 10 Onward VRML League. And this is so much good Onward coming. I mean, if you think this is good, if you've tuned in and you thought this was fun to watch, and there's a lot of good action here, you ain't seen it yet. You ain't seen the good stuff yet, because there's a lot coming in the pipelines, and you know, teams are really pulling out all the stops to duke it out for that $15,000 prize pool at the end of the road. But may have heard the sound there in my headphones, just gently letting us know that gameplay is underway and round 1 is kicking off. Raptors on the defense, Ember on the offense, getting that far west spawn all the way down the street.
And here we go. Raptors coming out of the gate pretty strong, getting into their defensive positions. Got a couple breaking on both sides of the street. Looks like they put 2 south and 1 up north and 1 going underground to hide in the shadows. Massino.
Yeah, and Ember stacking 5 mid. They're going to put the pressure on Massino early. We saw him use that spot to deal with green theft, and it's going to work out beautifully for him here as Quokka decides to peek that little wall angle and gets punished for it. But now all of Ember is aware of this positioning, and they are getting set up to put the pressure onto him. Shots coming out from VR Marksman as Hailfire pushes into the center building there. He's getting fired on from Soldier's position out here in the south.
He's deep in the south, in the south warehouse, basically. Massino going to find Milkman down in the center garage as well. And Soldier going to peek out to find Switch crossing into the center building. Now as Soldier gets a flash towards him from J-Lo, Hailfire picks up Tiger Strike towards the objective. Now it's a gunfire between Soldier and J-Lo. J-Lo will lose that. Soldier leaving just Hailfire to be the last remaining member of Ember.
Yeah, he's got to deal with quite a few people. He's hearing Massino's footsteps. Is he going to spot out Marksman there on that stairwell? It doesn't look like it, but Marksman, I think, is dialed in on his position. Can't quite see the laser there as it's not going through, but Massino scooping up the kill onto Hailfire as he pushes through that building, and Raptors take themselves a nice little first point in that first round.
Yeah, so far so good. Looks like Raptors did change out the roster a little bit from the previous round we saw them against the Animal House, but overall very effective. Massino taking the charge this time around, leading out the kills, and Soldier picking up the rest of them. So great work from them. They were able to tear down Ember pretty early on. In fact, I mean, that position from Massino underground, just that angle to the wall that Quokka took on that initial look, just trying to kind of gauge that center tank courtyard, was very impressive. It was a good angle, a nice look there. And then he managed to find another from down there as well before rotating up and finding that game-winning kill, or round-winning kill for them. So kudos to them for that round. Ember's got to find something here on defense to bring it back to a 1v1 game and get their advantage.
Now it's time for Ember to show us their chops on defense as they take this East HQ defense against the Raptors.
Don't get shot, I might die in pre-fire, but you should.
We'll see how this pans out for them. So one of the big problems is stacking, right? We talked about it. Ember just showcased it there. Is stacking your entire team on that center push puts you in kind of a kill box. If you let the defense spread out around you, you're going to get punished. That Soldiers showcased very cleanly what'll happen if you get tunnel visioned on an approach like that. So Ember getting punished there for maybe a little bit too aggressive of a push into the middle. Now we'll see what kind of damage they can do on defense. Got a lot of good little angles here. Quokka up in the South Hills is in a good spot, looking out over towards that rooftop. He's going to spot Distorted on the roof, and a fantastic shot from an SKS will down the first player of the Raptors of the round.
Yeah, now Soldier panicking as he's inside. He's got to find a way out into some other form of cover. It's going to be a pretty tough time for him, as Quokka's got a pretty free range if he decides to come up on that ridge line, of course. But Soldier's not really standing it still for very long. He's still moving back and forth between the wall and the crate there. Meanwhile, Tiger Striker manages to push his way up, and Soldier does find Hailfire inside the building in the center tank courtyard. And Tiger Striker manages to continue pushing up further and further, and Quokka getting downed now.
Yeah, he was not ready for that look from Soldiers, and that is 2 picks that Ember cannot stand to have right now. They are struggling to hold on to this defense. There is a down there still available to be res, but Hailfire is not in a great spot to be picked up as he's still in those windows. Grenade coming out long range, but not quite long enough to pick up Soldiers. Now rotated clean to the south side.
And Tiger's also eyes on objective building. You can see it. So J-Lo Gonna need to be careful with his rotations around the building. Switch the same with his movement up on that second deck. And here's Milkman and Hailfire now after that res. Able to bolster the defense again, but will it be enough? Will they be able to know the positioning of these attackers and not rotate right out into an open field of fire for it? It's a real question.
One's on the back side of it.
The comms coming in from the Raptor side, IDing the positioning of these defenders. I mean, Ember is trapped up there in that East HQ upstairs. Now the pressure coming in from all sides as Hailfire sends some shots down towards Soldiers, forcing him to rotate south. 2 minutes left on the clock. It's a 4v4.
Yep, still a lot of time for the positioning of the Raptors. I mean, they're quite far advanced to still have this much time left to burn. And it looks like Marksman, yeah, there it is, the trigger pull onto Hailfire. He's gone now. And he might see Milkman, too, if Milkman's not careful. So really a rock and a hard place at the moment. Meanwhile, Soldiers has spread himself over to the southeast, and he's able to pick up Switch. Now it's just J-Lo left on the objective. The defense of Ember is getting very, very weak at this point. Milkman caught out by Soldiers as he comes out into the window, and Tiger Striker now pushing towards the objective. J-Lo coming down the stairs, and Tiger Striker's got his pad out. He's behind the covers. Oh, he thought the suppressive fire was actually aimed at him, but it was not. Now he's behind the wall. He's got pad back out. This is going to be a cap. J-Lo not going back down to check it. Looks like maybe prepping a flash. Yep, flash goes out. Tiger Striker still going for the cap. I think he is flash, though. Hands no longer moving, but it doesn't matter. J-Lo gets taken down, and Raptors take the 2-0 lead here on Cargo.
That was a very close call and a very lucky situation for Ember, whether they know it right now or not. That could have been the 3-0 lead that Raptors were hoping for.
It really could have.
And good on the Ember guys to push out a little bit and get hit by those Raptors bullets, because that definitely could have gone worse for them. Take a look at it, see if we captured it on the replay here. Yeah, he's got that pad out. He was looking, he was checking, and then the flash came out, blinding him just in time. He must have had at least a couple of those digits punched in, but it was just enough to allow that member of the Ember team to get killed and save themselves the cap. So looks like we are already into the next round. No time for scoreboards here as both teams ready and raring to go. The objective is now shifted to the ambulance, the hospital side, whatever your call outs are.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and they have the north spawn, which allows for what we called earlier a quick peek spawn. Right, they can get some very vital information very early on. They've already called Soldiers push east, and now they're going to be looking for any other heads or possible, exposure that they can find to get some early picks from far out to save them some of the CQC fights that they'll have once they get
I just saw two in the north.
Messino lets loose a bit of fire from near the ambulance courtyard, but he's unable to connect as Ember continue their push up. Now Switch at the front of the push.
Taking their time. Again, it is usually better to reevaluate. If you moved quick and you got punished for it in the first offensive round, you take your time a little bit more. You try to figure out where is it that you're getting picked off from. And right there, Soldiers answers that question as he downs the first player in the Ember squad. It is just a down, still a res available. Milkman looking for that refrag. Did hear the shots come out, but Soldier's not visible to him there, as you can see. Just tucked in on that left side. Switch is looking as well.
Hellfire's here on the objective. He should be able to see Massimo any second now. He's able to get him. This could be an open objective for Hailfire to cap. Tiger Striker's going to get out soon, and Hailfire finds him as well. Marksman now going to be on the rotation. He finds him as well. No, but he's going to get TK'd.
No, it's a revive. It's a revive. Distorted, yeah. Distorted did have the defensive pick in the long range, but yeah, let's take a look at that replay real fast. That was quite a sweep by Hailfire.
Now Distorted's going to grab Milkman as well on the rotation.
They've got
Switch, Quokka, and J-Lo now on the move. They are trying to go off of Hailfire's call. The objective is clear, but Distorted is looking. They're going to have to be careful. He's on the rotation through the warehouse. He's got to make his way all the way out. If they were a bit quicker, they might could have beat this, but Quoka's going for the cap. He's not ready for Distorted. Distorted finds the pick. He's now rotated back around the corner again. He's probably got no idea on his kill count. Distorted's there. They're going to take the round win, and Switch will take the pick onto Distorted for Ember to grab their first round win here on Quarantine.
Yeah, and that
Sorry
was
to keep interrupting you on
that
the
was,
replay there.
That was well needed by the Ember folks, and is a good thing that they slowed up a little bit. You know, the last thing you wanted to see was all of the members of the offense pushing through and just allowing a defender to pick you off from, you know, somewhere where you're not sure where he came from. And luckily for them, they picked the right time. But taking a look at this replay again, Hailfire finding Messino, sweeping around the ambulance, getting the long-range pick. Getting Tiger Striker in the window and then getting that long-range pick on the objective. That is exactly the number of people you want to kill before you die. And utilize that positioning effectively. Oops. Oh, that is the incorrect score. My apologies. Ah! Doing the wrong score. And 1. There we go. All right. Just in time to correct the score and get ourselves into the next round.
That is right. Now it's back on Raptors. They got the the quick spawn. As far as movement goes, it's a little less a quick peek. It is closer by movement to the objective than the previous spawn that we saw.
Definitely a quick run for this, and I have a feeling they're going to utilize it. I think they're going to apply this pressure in the west and try it.
Switch out in the open now. Tiger Striker gonna see him, but they can't connect the shots. Switch makes it in safely.
Relatively safely.
Well, yeah, for the moment.
Yeah, the danger is still very much there. He primes the nade, but there's the lasers are all over the place. They are looking for him. I mean, his best bet here is just stay tucked in and let the other members of your team, you know, they have to come try to clear you out of here, right? So you give your team the information and let them deal with the situation for you.
There's one hospital roof.
Yeah, the R marksman now trying to take care of Quokka over on that hospital roof. He's called it in to his teammates, but it looks like he is in fact living up to his name.
Ooh, but Quokka, they're not fast enough with the response, getting VR marksman off. They're getting that pressure off of the roof now. It's going to open things up a little bit. They've Raptors do have a member of their team rotating far east there. You can see him on the mini-map going all the way around the motel. And this is not something that Ember might be ready for just yet, but I know they have eyes up on that roof, so it may not be a complete surprise, but Switch still, just keep my eyes here just in case, because he is definitely in some danger.
I'm in danger.
Yeah, he's got a whole mess of players to deal with here before he's out of the woodwork. But we do see that Hailfire laser there panning. Quokka should be able to help out with if Messina decides to peek this little hole in the wall, which I think is what Quokka is banking on. Tiger Striker now pushing through. He does spot Switch. Pops around the corner, does grab that pick and the confirm.
No questions there. Quokka will be watching it, but he's already under fire from Soldier from the call out earlier on Marksman, and he does find the pick.
There it is. Here comes the pressure. 4v3. Hellfire's in a nice little ambush spot here, but no, Soldier very much aware of that spot. Able to knock him out, and now I feel like we're going to be seeing the rush come en masse. Distorted coming in on the backside. It will most likely find the back of Milkman here. And then it's going to be wide open objective. Not a lot of hope here for the Ember folks. Milkman, a very good rotation on the inside, but he's going to leave that front side of the objective exposed.
Yeah, I'm concerned about that because now no one is able to watch Tiger Striker. So unless Milkman decides to look up at the wall, no, Tiger will decide to shoot at him, but not make the shots. Milkman gets the down instead, and Ember actually saved the round in an impressive turn of events to bring things to a 2-2 here on Quarantine. They are not letting Raptors win without a fight.
They are definitely not letting Raptors win without a fight. I hope that was captured on replay. Let's take a look at Milkman's play there. Rotating inside, the heads-up play finds Soldiers on that long range. He didn't get out of the gas station fast enough. Then Tiger Striker opens fire, misses, and that gives Milkman another 2 kills as Messino had been crossing towards the center tank courtyard at that same time. That is a 3-kill pickup. The first 3 kills for Milkman there.
On paper, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that was...
Why would you rotate off visual on the objective, right?
That was definitely a very interesting, but nevertheless extraordinarily effective heads-up play by Milkman.
Yeah, and now we're moving on to our next round. So fast, we aren't even done talking about the last one. It's 2-2. The objective is the center, what was previously on fire building. Now it's just the center building. And Ember get the north spawn here, and they're going to unleash a little bit of suppressive fire as they notice a couple of folks in the south.
Yeah, the callouts are coming in for Crater and South spawn, but it was the other spawn. The defense trying to guess that spawn. Guessed all but the correct one.
Quokka taking some shots from Messino and eventually
There's one
succumbs
white car on the north.
to his
on the
opponent's
east.
weapon.
I don't think he knows he got him. I heard him calling out that position, but does not...
It's a hard one to know, though,
yeah,
too.
I don't think he can confirm that, but they are now working with 4. We're here now pushing up this east side of the rooftop building. They've got a decent line here, but there are just a ton. Like, once they start crossing this street, they're going to be so exposed to that center building and to Tiger Striker's position. They've got to be careful here. Hellfire taking his time, scanning those windows, looking around. Is he going to spot Tiger Striker in that spot? No, he doesn't, but it doesn't matter as Tiger takes a couple shots out in his direction, looking to try to get that pick. Does not pan out for him. Hellfire, though, does. Yeah, he snaps up on VR Marksman in that window.
And good for him, because that was just getting ready to kind of ruin Switch's day and put all the pressure in the center push, and that wouldn't have been good. Hopefully Switch there, or whoever that is, doesn't pull the trigger on Hailfire.
Yeah.
That would not be good.
No, Jalen.
So it looks like it is causing some bustle in the back, too. Some of the south pushes now are rotating back towards the objective, which is exactly what you would want to see out of a defensive team, right? You would want to see them reacting to that loss and needing more people near or on the objective, and that's exactly what Raptors have done in this case. But Ember need to just get a bit more coordinated here, a little bit more synchronized. Milkman with a nice pick or down onto Tiger Strike. There is a possibility of the res. I'm sure Raptors will try and push out for it if they can. But Hailfire dangerously close now to the objective. He has eyes on the uplink. And there's Masino. Masino's dead now. Distorted going to rush out for the refrag. He does find it. And a flash comes over from J-Lo. Distorted seems unaffected. No.
It's a 3v3. They've got a good setup on it here. Milkman's in the right position to find soldiers. That's one.
Well, Switch could have possibly seen Tiger Striker, but he manages to avoid the sight lines. Milkman finds Distorted now. It's all up to Tiger Striker here, as he's got a 3-pronged push heading his way. And we'll see if they try and go for it. It's a little bit more difficult now that this objective has been scooted back. You have to actually be kind of in this side, barely be outside, but it doesn't matter. J-Lo finding the pick onto Tiger Strike, and Ember taking the lead for the first time here on this map.
Yeah, and you got to give the credit there to Hailfire and Milkman. They were finding the right angles. They were finding the right shots, getting into the proper positions at the right time, and really paving the path for the rest of the team to get in the way. That is the Ember I expected to see on Bazaar when they were playing Animal House. It's just so interesting to see them come alive here in this final round rather than back. You know what I mean? It's
no, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. But I mean, who knows? It was maybe the round that they lost earlier against Animal House was just a bad round. You know, things weren't clicking for them, or it was a map that they're not as strong on as they are Quarantine, right? They just didn't have the opportunity to play Animal House at their highest level by playing them on a map that they feel qualified to play them against, or however you would like to put it. But yeah, I mean, they're definitely showing us that experience and knowing that if you're right there in that top 2, top 3 spot, you can still affect things within the overall grouping. And so Ember could really be helping out some of the other teams with this loss, delivering this loss to Raptors. They've changed their name.
Indeed, but round 6 is underway. We got no time for names. All we got time for is games, because right now the game is on the line. Ember looking to hold this defensive round and seal the deal here in the 5th round. Take this away from the Raptors. Deliver the Raptors' first loss of the day as well. And Raptors looking to hang on here. They got to be thinking at the very least that they need to hang on, but a camp I'm sure is on their minds.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the opportunity, as we like to say, you got to take it.
And we'll see if they do. And the grenade's already coming out. Soldiers tossing one up into the objective, just poking, hoping there.
That was really well placed. Otherwise, if it was just on the other side of that wall, Switch might not be here.
Tiger going to be looking for him here, but Switch already trained in the corner. Very tough to see from that angle as well. So
yeah,
Tiger Striker does have to be careful. Oh, I think Soldiers was spotted by Switch. I saw that laser training on him.
Yep, confirmed by the call out there. Hellfire may be the one to come out and take a look. He's not going to have the best angle for it, but Switch might actually see it. Depends. Will Tiger Strike pop up first and distract him? No. Tiger Strike will manage to
a fantastic shot by Tiger Striker. A very difficult thing to see, and Distorted grabbing another one, and that is Raptors' advantage now. 3 left on the objective. Quokka evening things up a little bit. Nabs Soldiers from that previous call out before Switch had gone down. Now Quokka on the roof is going to be the one trying to deal the damage to this offense as they push through. He's taking shots on the south. Distorted's the one in trouble, but Marksman's looking for him. Tiger Striker's going to be looking for him. Yeah, Messino's looking for him on the backside here. I mean, this is... you do not want to be Quokka right now. He has got to stay tucked in. Messino coming out on the backside. The pressure's coming in. He doesn't hear him, and there it is. The shots come in.
Ooh, but almost the team frag. As the well-placed, I might add, frag comes up from VR Marksman. It almost takes down Messino there. And it's all up to Milkman and J-Lo. Ooh, boy. Tight odds, but, my guess is at this point they'll throw themselves on the attackers and try and keep them from getting the cap and ending the match here. They can still win in the next round. They don't need to win on defense. It's just typically believed to be a bit easier to win when you're defending and not having to expose yourself by having to move along the map. But yeah, right now things not looking so great as we tick closer to the 2-minute mark, and it's a 4v2 scenario.
I mean, again, Raptors slowed up a little bit. You got to be thinking, hey, cap, right? They want to close this out. They don't want to take it to another round. I mean, Ember has been effective on Marsoc. We saw Milkman do some serious work in that last round. So Raptors want to shut that down. They don't want to give them that opportunity, but it's going to be very tough. Ember's defense pretty much dedicated to making sure they do not get a cap.
Distorted just a moment ago, checking his tablet, probably reviewing the code before going in. He and Tiger Striker are staged just outside of the objective building and prone to attack here at any moment. A couple of flashes already going out. J-Lo tossing something himself. I didn't quite see. I think it was a return flash, yeah. And now they're moving in. We'll see what happens here, but it'll be all up to J-Lo and Milkman on how they react. Tiger Striker is going to be the first to break. J-Lo will pre-fire. Tiger Striker doesn't have the angle, but because he wasn't ready for it, and Marksman will grab Milkman. That'll bring us up to a tie game here in this final round of the group. Raptors 3, Ember 3. You guys got to tell us who is going to win.
I want to see those predictions coming out in the chat. Let us know. This is why they're here on Master League 1. We knew it was going to be a dang good matchup. Ember putting up a great fight, but Raptors putting up, well, apparently the exact same good fight. We are now in our tied game. And again, this is kind of what I would expect to see from a team like Ember. They are scrappy. And as somebody pointed out in the chat earlier, once they get going, you know, they can be hard to stop, but Raptors there doing a great job of stopping them. So we'll see. Can Ember regain the momentum, or is Raptors going to eat them up in this last round? Let us know.
It'll be an interesting objective to see because it's the north objective. We're going up north here toward the 18-wheeler, the tractor trailer, the lorry, wherever you vernacular may call it. But can be a difficult one to defend depending on who you ask. So Ember could still come back here. Raptors still have the opportunity to lose this for themselves at the same time. Being too risky here could cost you. We'll have to find out. Like we've said 100 times today, we'll have to just find out soon, but it sounds like soon will be now because the timer is going off, as you may be able to hear over my incessant babbling.
The time is now. There is no better time than now. Raptors looking to stay undefeated. Ember looking to not allow that to happen. And we are going to see who wins out as the clock ticks down to the start.
Oh, I saw a guy in front of me first and I didn't take shot.
All right, we have got Raptors setting themselves up, and the Ember boys pushing into the center courtyard. Now, question's going to be how quickly is the spawn ID'd, and what are the refrag opportunities going to be for Ember? It looks like they are going to split up, so not stacking on the same push.
Yeah, it looks like Soldier is actually going to be in the best position to call the spawn out, if, well, previously to those shots being fired, of course.
I think they got quick action.
But, yeah, he was up in this elevated position here in the west and would have been able to see kind of out across that central portion of the map. But Quokka and Hailfire here have gone full west in the south. And now they're looking to make their way up. I mean, Raptors are playing a relatively conservative defense from what we've seen throughout the day, from what I'm seeing so far. They're not really pushing out. They didn't really even put anyone on the north rooftop because I think they're worried that that person will get picked. It'll give Ember those picks that they need.
Quokka's been hitting those shots too, you know. I mean, I think
agree.
You got to give the man some credit. He has done
For sure.
a fantastic job with that SKS, getting the headshots in. So if I was the Raptors, I honestly would be doing the same thing. And also, you know, there's no reason. You don't have to get peaky. Game is on the line. You just need to make sure you got your coverage on the objective, and that's all you got to do. Let Ember walk into the trap. No reason to put yourself at risk. It's the right call, but will it work out is the question.
Ooh, and with Quokka taking this elevated wing position, it's possible he sees Distorted, but no, Distorted happens to turn around at the right time and see exactly what he needs to see, and that's the pick.
Yeah, that's a huge pick too. Quokka with the long range damage could have seen Tiger Striker or Messino in their positions, and now that he's not up there, that is intel Ember does not have. 3 minutes left on the clock. See what the approach looks like. Hailfire is all alone there in the west approach, but if he stays quiet enough, he can really get pretty dang far before anybody can get eyes on. Distorted finds another.
Almost. J-Lo not far behind. Hopefully Distorted's not able to just continue raining death from this one location, because he has not had to move so far to get those 3 picks that he's been able to contribute to this round.
Switch did not spot out Marksman there, despite sort of looking out over the barrels. Marksman stays still. That is the benefits of it. Switch distracted by the comms of Distorted. That's going to find the pick for him. Soldier snaps Hailfire, and it's all but over as Raptors tear their way into this round win. It's all up to J-Lo as Switch gets confirmed.
Yeah, frag goes out there onto the roof. Distorted on the corner, but that's going to be it. Distorted does find the pick on the J-Lo. He pretty much had that entire round for Raptors, and they secure this map and their win in this round, 4-3 against Ember.
They do indeed. They played a solid game there, held that defense really well, and it's a really good, PSA, I guess you could say, for, there's no need to get peaky. You don't need to get aggressively, out of your defensive zones. You can just stay close to objective, set up the right sight lines, and you're good to go. And the Raptors showed a very good example of that happening there. But a good fight from Ember. It's exactly the kind of thing I expected to see from them. And, you know, commiserations to them as well. And congratulations to Raptors for, looks like, taking the top spot. I don't have the standings up in front of me, but I believe at last check. Let's see if these have updated. Looks like that is going to be the case, but you'll have to check the website later on to confirm that. However, it is going to wrap things up for us here on Master League 1. Sleepy, any final words for the folks at home before I sign us out?
Well, I just want to thank everyone at home for tuning in. It's been a great day, great weekend, honestly, of the Challenger Cup. And I want to thank the viewers for tuning in, of course. Thanks to our sponsors, Asterion, Cybershoes, VR Cover, HyperX, ProTube, B-Haptics, and others, ProTube VR, and many more, Arma. Goodness, again, the list just keeps growing, and we're so thankful for that. We're so thankful for those of you who just followed this weekend. We're thankful for those of you who are subscribed. So again, we appreciate it, and keep an eye out, because we've got more weekends of Onward action coming to you, at least 2, if not 3 more weekends. So be sure and be ready for that, and we'll be back soon with more Onward action.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you to everybody who came in and tuned in. Make sure you go check out that Rebuff Reality special that we've got. The code, I believe it is Bang Power in the chat. We'll give you the code for that, Power Your VR. So go give them some love. And the love goes out to the moderators and the organizers and the other casters on all the other channels. We do appreciate everybody taking their time and hanging out with us, and throughout all the delays and everything that we've had. We appreciate that. And yeah, we've got 2 more weeks of Onward postseason coming at you in the next 2 weeks. So do tune into those. But this hungry caster and his even hungrier co-caster are going to sign off for the day. So we will see you guys next week. Till then, have a great rest of your weekend.
Good evening, everyone.